Good afternoon. Welcome back to the OCA. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Playing with his vibrator is Reese 2753.
No, that's a bloodshot eye.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the most holiest of holidays.
Yeah, 420, huh?
I was going to go with that one.
Also with us is a random 11 eggs in his Easter basket.
Hello. Happy Easter.
There will be more, but they will join us as they filter in. I have had an exhausting week. Remember how I was supposed to get done with the manifesto? I spent about 4 hours on it because the rest of my week was hell, including but not limited to helping somebody move yesterday, which has left me feeling exhausted and musculaturally sore. Anyway, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to go to ocapodcast.com/support, where you can help the OCA podcast get into the black by 2030. We still have 4 years and 8 months to profitability. We are, in fact, not starting strong. We are starting lackluster, but you can change that tonight. We need to get $67.46 in the next, 10 days before April ends, so that we may reach this milestone of our monthly expenses to get into the black by 2030. Another way that you can help us get there, this is a little known secret fact, share the stream with your friends, because when you do that, some of your friends might be greater suckers who spend money more.
Far more charitable than you
Yes,
are.
yes, especially your charitable friends. If you've got rich friends, you get them this link now, because especially if they are bad with their money, that could, in fact, don't underestimate it, that could be the way to get us into the black. Now, you can also donate directly via PayPal or through our various other ways, such as the OCA Podcast Patreon. This will charge you by month, and this is actually a really decent way to fund us, because by funding us this way, we can realistically see how badly we're going to miss our 2030 goal by. Or you could fund me in ways that probably won't charge you per video, podcast content not included. We are still underaware, and we must be aware over the fact that there is an extremely high volume of submitted profiles, and the approval process is taking longer than usual. So long that we will have surpassed our 2030 goal by the time we can start taking money that would definitely have saved us. But on Ko-fi, no such problem. You can go there right now if you wanted to. There you go. Don't forget to get your Easter eggs over at Tenga. I forgot the URL for it, so I'm not going to try to say it. Not this one. This is not the official one. Here, fine. I'll do it. Don't worry. Because I know you need those Easter eggs.
We need to fill your Easter basket.
Yeah.
Empty your Easter ball.
And you can fill your Easter eggs. The transforming cup vibrator, huh? All right. Okay, yeah, let's just get right into this here. Okay. So, can the Japanese government make AI-generated Ghibli images illegal?
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Come get me, coppers. What are you going to do? So, politicians are discussing the sudden surge in Ghibli-style AI-generated images. Damn. Where have I seen some this very night? Fan art inspired by Studio Ghibli anime is nothing new, as the works of director Hayao Miyazaki and his cohorts have been inspiring artistic types for pretty much as long as the studio has existed. If you spent much time online in the past few weeks, though, you might have experienced a spike in the amount of Ghibli evocative illustrations you've been seeing due to an update to AI chatbot ChatGPT that allows it to not only generate images from text prompts, but also to generate images that ape a requested artist. Or that ape? I can tell you with full certainty that ChatGPT did not write this article. What does ape mean in this context? Appear as a requested? I don't know. That's led to a surge in users requesting Ghibli style.
I think that's actually just correct.
What?
I think that's correct. Like
Ape?
a correct usage of ape to imitate.
Welcome, Eggline.
Oh, welcome. Thank you for having me. I didn't realize you were 6 minutes. Jeez. Okay, sorry.
That's all right. We started. We could only wait a minute. All right, anyway, so that's led to a surge in users requesting Ghibli-style AI-generated images and posting the results online. AI-generated images are already a highly divisive topic, with detractors asserting that removing the human element from the creative process disqualifies the pictures from being actual art. Add in the deep reverence for Studio Ghibli among not just anime fans, but the broader animation enthusiast community as well, plus the studio's well-known commitment to continuing traditional artistic methods and Ghibli's status as a point of pride for Japan as a whole, and the idea of AI trying to copy Ghibli aesthetics becomes an even more fiery debate. The latest space for such discussion is within the Japanese government itself. In a House of Representatives cabinet committee meeting on April 16th, Masato Imai, a representative for Gifu Prefecture's 4th District and member of the Constitutional Democratic Party, broached the Ghibli AI image subject with Hirohiko Nakahara, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology's Director General for Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology Strategy. Jesus, what a fucking title. There's been, and also not one that even seems relevant to the concept of shall we do something about AI, right? There has been discussion of whether the so-called Ghiblification, making AI-generated images in the Ghibli style, constitutes copyright violation. Under the current interpretation of the law, just how legal is it? Ultimately, that is something for courts to decide, Nakahara answered. But while that
I don't know about Japanese courts, but American courts have already kind of decided that you can't own his style.
Sorry, Ghibli. But while that judgment might be out of his hands, he did offer his take on the matter, saying that, quote, if it is only a matter of the style or ideas being similar, then it would not be considered copyright infringement, explaining that copyright law does not protect styles and ideas that do not qualify as creative expression. However, Nakahara also said that if AI-generated content is determined to be similar to or reliant on pre-existing copyrighted works, then there is a possibility that it could constitute copyright infringement. So the use of styles and ideas is legal, but if an AI-generated image were recognized as being Ghibli itself, then that would be a violation of the law. Imai then replied, summarizing his understanding of the situation, establishing that an image constitutes Ghibli itself. I don't under. What does that mean? Do you mean Miyazaki himself? Like, ChatGPT, generate me an image of Hayao Miyazaki in Studio Ghibli style. I'm sorry, I can't do that. That goes against my terms of service. Hayao Miyazaki.
I think you can make an argument for if it's generating like actual Studio Ghibli characters.
Fail.
Like if you did, if you got AI to generate Ashitaka specifically, then it might be a problem.
Generate me an image of the Hulk in the battle with the burly guys from Castle in the Sky flexing off with each other. Maybe. It's transformative. Where was I? All right, establishing that an image constitutes Ghibli itself, though, would likely be a difficult task, especially for the studio's character designs, which is where the comparison would need to be made for AI-generated images of people. Stretching back to Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind, Ghibli has actually used 15 different character designers for its films. Hayao Miyazaki himself shared the character designer credits for Nausicaa and, great job, Laputa with Kazuo Komatsubara and Tsukane Tanai, respectively, but hasn't been credited with character design since. Only one artist has 3 character design credits for Ghibli films, Akihiko Yamashita for Howl's Moving Castle, Tales from Earthsea, and Arrietty. And aside from Miyazaki and Yamashita, no other artist has served as character designer for 2 Ghibli anime in a row. Damn. While the presence of so many artists contributing to a recognizable aesthetic could be considered as having created images that define Ghibli itself, it also leaves the door open to the argument that so-called Ghibli art is, legally speaking, a style, and not a specific definable copyrightable entity. Yamashita himself, for example, designed the characters for Studio Ponok's 2017 Mary and the Witch's Flower anime movie, which was made independently from Ghibli. Mary's characters do bear similarities to those in Howl, Earthsea, and Arrietty, but does that mean they're Ghibli style or simply Yamashita style? Then there's the presence of Ghibli anime such as The Tale of the Princess Kaguya, which doesn't match at all the Ghibli style that people think of when imagining Spirited Away or My Neighbor Totoro. Yeah, why don't we just fix that? Just ChatGPT, generate this in the Ghibli style.
There's also there's a Shinkai anime that is also very close to Ghibli style too. I forget, it was one of the earlier ones that he did.
Voices of a Distant Star?
I wouldn't remember the name. I remember seeing it and being like, oh, he copped Ghibli right here.
Children Who Chase Lost Voices. That's probably the one you're thinking.
Oh, yeah, that's probably.
I could go look it up.
That has a Ghibli-esque
Yeah.
feel to it. That's
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
where they go into the center of the earth or whatever.
Yeah. It has
with a big cave or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably it then.
Yeah.
It felt Ghibli reminiscent in terms of like style, but not in terms of like visual style to me.
Yeah.
For most of it, at least.
It feels like it would have been something that Ghibli would have.
Yeah, Ni no Kuni, the video game series, is also in Ghibli style.
But that was literally like they got Ghibli to help them work on it, so that's a little different.
Oh, right. Yes.
Our
Our Pornhub. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yes. Only you can help us reach the status necessary so that we can get approved and then subsequently banned off Pornhub so that I may start the show with The Mantle, the only podcast banned on Pornhub. Yes. See, I thought you meant like my potential for hydrogen, and I thought that somehow raping me was sure. And I was a little bit concerned.
I also thought he was talking about like pH levels.
Yeah.
And I was like, are we an acid or are we a base?
We're
We're trying to get you neutral.
Based AF, right? All copyright styles is as insane as the idea of copyright as a whole. All artists that don't live in a cave could be accused of infringement if this becomes law. Those cave arts, though, like those are pretty all similar too.
Yeah.
You drew a bowl that looks like my bowl. I'm taking you to rock court. Yeah.
Who owns the copyright for stick figure style, right? Like, and then you're like, well, okay, well, no. In order to prove it in court, if you tried to copyright some style and be like, okay, well, Ghibli's copyrighted this specific style of like the eyes have to be this specific, like fuck off, like.
Good luck.
Legally, it does feel like a sort of catch-22 in terms of bringing legal sanctions against the creation of Ghibli-style AI-generated art. It's difficult to pin down an exact definition of what kind of images qualify as Ghibli itself, since the studio style is, in fact, an amalgamation of many artists sharing certain overall design sensibilities. But, the funny thing about it is that even if that's true, you can still see the Ghibli style. You can also still see the Pixar style. You know what I mean? Like you can...
The Disney
Yeah,
style.
it's uniform enough.
CalArts
Yeah,
style.
precisely. Egg DDM.
Oh, and here I thought I was the major late one. Here
Wow.
Footnam is like almost 20 minutes in.
He
and-
looks like he just came right out of church.
I look like I need an exorcism. You're right.
Go back to church, young man.
Okay. If AI generates an image that resembles the protagonist of Howl's Moving Castle, it's hard to say that the image is Ghibli itself without defined parameters. But it's also hard to say that it's copying Yamashita's work if the image is also incorporating styling cues from other artists who have served as Ghibli character designers. You're really making an incredible argument for why AI is not an infringement of copyright. And even if it was to draw Spider-Man, it should be okay because it's actually copying the style of so many different people that it just gets completely washed into the realm of it's perfectly fine to use on the OCA podcast and should be able to be done and not against the terms of service of ChatGPT. I like this article. I'm gonna cite it in my court case. So I had to finish that. Get the heavy lifting started.
Do we have a sponsorship with them yet? I assume it's
No.
the chocolate stuff. Oh.
Believe it or not, those bitches have ghosted me.
Whoa.
And I would have sold so much dick hardening powder that it's not even funny. They don't know what they're missing. All right. So for the time being, at least, there's no legal challenge coming from the Japanese government to stop ChatGPT from spitting out Ghibli-style images, leaving Ghibli fans opposed to them few options other than refraining from engaging with them and supporting human-made artwork instead. Oh, and it's also worth remembering that while the cops in Japan won't come knocking on your door for making AI Ghibli images, trying to sell them in Japan is probably a bad idea, considering some of the things you can get arrested for here. Wow. Guess what one of the things you can get arrested for there is? Boom. Japan's first arrests over AI-generated obscene image sales. Damn.
You're not going to really go down that far.
You're right. I could go to right there, couldn't I? The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has arrested 4 individuals in their 20s to 50s for allegedly selling AI-generated explicit images of fictional women online, marking Japan's first criminal case targeting the sale of such materials. The suspects, including 44-year-old Tomohiro Mizutani and 53-year-old office worker Takashi Suganuma, are accused of using free generative AI tools to create realistic nude images of non-existent adults. By training AI models on internet-sourced images and inputting prompts like spread legs, they produced posters marketed as AI beauties and sold them for thousands of yen each. Tens of dollars. Oh, man. Mizutani reportedly earned over 10 million yen in a year. All suspects admitted to the charges, with Mizutani citing high profit margins and Suganuma describing the venture as a self-taught business endeavor. While AI-generated explicit content, including deepfakes, has surged globally, this case represents Japan's inaugural legal action against the sale of AI-made obscene material. Authorities warn of escalating efforts to combat AI-driven crimes as technology advances. You will always.
I'm not
be
really sure
one
why
step
they were
behind.
expecting it to be legal for them to do that?
Just out of curiosity, what do you think made this illegal?
The same thing that makes porn require mosaics.
Bingo. So I felt the need to start with this article for no other reason other than to show you
Nice AI
that
artwork.
sometimes details matter. As we will now look at a much more elaborate version of this article that goes into those details. First ever arrest made related to AI-generated porn in Japan. Yeah, but their hands are probably all mangled. It seems whenever a technological breakthrough occurs in artistic media, porn peddlers are among the earliest of adopters. Whether it's the peep shows that predated modern cinema or the earliest carvings from 43,000 years ago being the suggestively curvaceous Venus of Holy Fells. Hubba hubba. Wow.
Wow.
World's first hentai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can even see.
Do you think they came on this figure?
Probably they hot glued it, man. The first hot gluing.
That explains
It looks
the
like-
discoloration.
It looks like a turkey.
Yeah. It also
Wow.
looks like it's moldy. All right, here we go. It turns out that generative AI is no different. And though many of the leading companies offering such services put restrictions on content with graphic sexual situations, porn always finds a way. As a result, legal history has been made in Japan, with the nation's first ever arrests related to AI-generated pornography. On the 14th of April, a group of 4 men and women with ages ranging from their 20s to 50s were arrested by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and charged with distribution of obscene materials. They are all accused of training a free online AI image generating tool with data of a woman's body and getting it to produce sexually explicit pictures of naked, non-existent, and non-copyrighted women using prompts such as spread legs.
Ooh,
That in and of
Spicy.
itself, what's up?
Spicy.
Yeah, I want to see these legs spread. I want to see this turkey's gaping.
Use AI to find out.
cloaca.
I want to hear. I want to hear her gobble.
That in and of itself is not necessarily a crime, and neither is selling posters of them through online auction sites, as the suspects are accused of doing. Where they ran into trouble was by not blurring or mosaicing out the generated woman's naughty bits of data as required by Japanese law. Oh, that reminds me.
Oh no!
Damn.
Ooh. According to the police, some posters are being advertised as censored, but upon delivery were uncensored. Oh my god! Most of the items were sold for a few thousand yen each, and one of the accused is said to have made about 10 million yen, or 70,000 US dollars, from it since October of last year. In online comments about the news, there was a lot of debate about the relevancy and effectiveness of Japan's censorship laws in the modern era, and some pondering of who would pay money for an AI-generated pinup girl. There are people who upload uncensored images to social media. Does that not count as distribution? Didn't I remember reading at one point that porn is viewable fully uncensored in Japan, but it cannot be made fully uncensored in Japan? Meaning that if you wanted to watch Western porn fully uncensored, you're able to. You just can't watch JAV fully uncensored. Didn't we talk about this at one time?
I think so.
I don't recall.
Once you get used to it, you can tell something's AI at a glance. Are there really people who would pay money for it? Stupid idiots don't know how to just do it themselves. Since they were using AI anyway, they could have taken a second to ask it about legal gray areas and save areas. I often do that when selling things online. Fuck, man. I hope that was posted on an anonymous forum and not a place where your username just got flagged by the Japanese government to look into you harder. I just feel bad for the people buying this stuff. Oh, so bad for them. Because they're the ones who went to jail, right? Like, they may say these women don't exist, but they are based on images or real women and slightly changed. Not quite. Slightly is the operative word here. First of all, there are only a few countries that criminalize uncensored nudity. Anyone can find it on the internet anyway. So these laws are useless. I think people struggle to contemplate if it's really a problem to enjoy parts of the human body. There really doesn't seem to be much sense in upholding these censorship restrictions in this day and age. On the other hand, that law has been in place so long, it seems as if lifting it could result in a deluge of pent-up uncensored content hitting the market all at once. It's like all the content has been held up for so long and is aching, throbbing, pulsing, and just yearning to explode all. Well, I better stop before this article gets censored. Jesus, you really didn't know how to end this, did you? Anyway, so glad I didn't wait till after pickups for that, and instead I put another topic there. Were they arrested for no mosaic? Yes. Yes, that was it. If AI mangled the naughty bits the way it does hands, would they have been arrested? I don't know.
Got a hand coming out of it.
His fingers coming out the coochie. Yuck. All right. Anyway, let's do pickups real quick. That's not what I want to do. There we go. I shall go first, if you don't mind. I picked up The Perennial Philosophy by Aldous Huxley. I was at Barnes & Noble the other day. And then I came home after helping my friend move to find 2 Crunchyroll packages. Whoa, I know. High roller over here. First one contains the 4K of
Belladonna the Big Sad.
just making sure. Belladonna Sadness. And then
I thought you already got that.
Not the 4K,
Probably
I
thinking
guess.
of me.
I got the original one. I don't remember. I don't know.
I'm like, that came out like how many years ago did that?
Ages ago, right? Like, how is that just now arriving? Maybe I do already have the 4K.
The 4K came out only last year or something.
Still, that's strange.
I would have thought you would have got it like right away.
Well, maybe it was being held back by something I had that was pre-ordered, and that's in here. Maybe I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense because they packaged it alone.
Who knows? Maybe they fucked up and like, God damn it. Maybe by the time they got the thing that was pre-ordered, they had ran out and had to order another one. Just for me. All right.
I know what that is.
I bet you it's Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but I bet you it's Demon Slayer. It is Demon Slayer. Also packaged individually by itself.
Nice.
My wife is going to love when she walks in the room to find out what I've done to it. Just now, throwing that over there. All right, cool. Yeah, Greenline, if you'd like to go.
I've got a couple pickups. So one pickup is from last week that, oh man, and I'm kind of bummed I didn't get to show it. But then I remembered what day it is today. And I think it's perfect. Well, no, actually, yes, it's the 420. But like, it's Easter. So like,
that holiday.
How convenient. What happens to show up on Easter typically with American corporations?
Satan's testicles.
Bunny girls?
That, yes. Satan's testicles. Yes, I have.
Oh, she's even got the buck teeth.
So Reese recognizes this one, I think. But,
maybe.
it's Sae from the Hypnotic. I Hypnotize My Bullies.
Oh,
but
does she have mini pigtails?
No. She has armpits.
Yeah.
But she has armpits. Oh god.
She's supposed to have tan lines though. She's supposed to have tan lines. No tan lines. They didn't give this one
refund.
Tan lines. Yeah, I know. I was
get some white out.
Fuck, man. So I
think he can produce his own whiteout for it. He doesn't need.
Oh, come on now, Reese.
Don't get too far, Reese.
I have talked about that one statue. Come
on my shelves. The absolute Augie loving, but I find disgusting after a hot minute. The fucking save edition of Desert Punk. Now, it's fine because some save editions you could just invert the cover and it's fine. You can't.
Not this one. I think that's the first save edition they made.
Yeah, you can't invert the cover. So I was like, well, that's fucking disgusting. So
I think Shangri-La might have been the first, actually.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. So what I did was I got the box set instead.
All right. I can't believe we haven't already done it, but fucking Watch Club for that show. Have you guys seen it?
Nope.
Oh my god.
I've seen most of it. I never got around to finishing it.
Is it fucking funny? Isn't there something weird about the spine on one of those? Isn't it missing Gonzo's logo or something at the bottom?
No, they all feature Gonzo's.
I must be thinking of a different show.
They're just trying to have it centered because it's got a shorter title.
Yeah.
Number 4 sticks out like that. Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, the fourth volume, I got this on eBay, obviously. The fourth volume of this was sealed still.
Oh.
And I was able to...
That's weird because when I bought that, the fourth volume was the Viridian collection. And I had to rebuy one volume. I think it was the fourth volume. So that's kind of funny. That's like the same situation I ran into where I had to rebuy that fourth volume.
And it came with the a sticker for you can't read that shit. My camera's not good enough.
Focus.
I'll cover it with my face. It's sorry, I'll read it for you guys. It's Babes, Blades, and Blood and Beauty. Babes, Blades, Blood, Beauty.com.
That was their like short-lived thing they did when this and Burst Angel. Is that what it was?
So called? Yeah, I looked into it. It's like a separate DVD that you can get that has like Burst Angel, Desert Punk. Like,
yes, I knew it.
Random ass episodes of like, hey, look, here's tits and swords and guns and like. So I
everything a drawing boy needs.
Yes. So I got that. I love picking up the older releases because they still have those booklets that are just like, here's what we released in like 2010. And I'm like, dear Lord, that was like 15 fucking years.
Yeah.
So long ago. Like, it's getting to almost 20 years ago, I think, with some of the titles being released on DVD. And I'm just like, fuck, we're old.
Enriv says, I know the hentai sauce for that bunny girl.
Enriv, my man.
Enriv, who doesn't buy hentai, but
yeah, right. Right, yeah, I don't buy hentai. What? No.
How many of those did you not open yet?
So, Seb says $50, not 900. Okay, but it's a shit sell.
It's not shit.
That's
pretty
shit.
good to me.
You get the character in their face. I mean, sure, their eyes aren't open, but like...
come on. What is this? Doesn't even have a background? Yeah, come on, Seb. Don't have a place to put it, so I keep it in my giant Garden of Sinners art book. Finally, a use for that art book, right? All right, Enriv says, after much delay, here are the actual pickups ordered off the Media Blaster store that you teased last podcast.
Right. Compared to the pickups that you ended up getting.
Nice choice of thumb placement.
Yeah.
Bad choice of thumb placement. What's wrong with you? There's empty space there you can use.
So Grenadier, which is an okay watch. You know, like I wouldn't say it's not worth at least checking out once. And then Kite Liberator. Damn, it's a shame. It's a shame. Did you get regular Kite with the last pickups? Because if so, you strategically delayed showing this pile just to try to make up that lie. And Mazen Kaiser SKL.
Maybe I didn't possibly open one or two of those hentais, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Seb picked up Anne of Green Gables, Australian edition, and Gauche the Cellist, I think. Yeah, Gauche. Yep. And then Reese picked up the 4K Ultra HD Middle-earth 6-film collection.
Yeah, this is the 4K and Blu-ray of both the theatrical and extended editions.
And the digital code is for War of the Rohirrim, right?
No, the digital code is for both trilogies, theatrical and extended editions.
Mm.
And
is that
Reese
like
is
a
the Eye of Sauron
cover?
Hold on, 1 sec. There you go.
Oh, there he is. There's our boy.
Nice. That actually is amazing. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
It looks like a puckered asshole, but on fire.
Yeah, it's an asshole after too much Taco Bell.
All right.
So does that have less discs than the?
Yes, it doesn't
other
have the
versions?
appendices.
Oh, okay.
This is only 30 discs. If it was like a full Ultimate collection with the appendices, it would need to be like a 45 disc set.
Jesus.
And what are on the appendices?
The special features?
A fuck ton of special features.
Well, what's the point of having the Blu-rays plus the 4K?
Because I want to be able to watch them on my laptop.
Don't
What's the
question
point of the
him.
4K?
Bobby Hill
What's the
picked
point of
up
the 4K?
Passion Games. I think what do you got? Like 3 left? 2 left? Nice. Master Keaton Watch Club in the future for sure. I just hope it gets a Blu-ray release at some
For
point.
real.
Yeah.
Disco check.
Okay. Now it is with my immense sadness that I must convey to you the news that Gawr Gura has announced her graduation due to disagreements with management and has become the 6th VTuber to exit HoloLive in the last 8 months.
Yeah. The
To which
whole,
I
like,
say-
Exodus is real.
Checkmate, Brittany Venti. She just graduated. She couldn't be a child.
Ah,
Oh god.
yeah. Oh man, I remember that from yesterday. It's so weird. It's one of those things for me where it's just like I didn't really pay attention too much to these VTubers,
Mhm.
but occasionally, like I turn one on. I turn on a live stream just to fall asleep to because it's like, well, this will be on for like 3 hours. I can fall asleep to this.
So I just want to say, she did a stream. It's about 8 minutes long. First 2 minutes is silence. And it's just her talking with this image up. The literal only thing I have ever seen of Gawr Gura. Like, I mean, obviously I know she exists because, you know, I'm on the internet. But the only thing that I ever saw of Gawr Gura was her singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, right? There she is in the middle here. And I got to tell you, I clipped the video so that instead of reading her words, we could just hear them. And I got to tell you, I can't watch that video again because fuck me, was that the saddest thing I have ever watched in fucking history. Oh my God. Like, I will probably start tearing up just reading her words. So, after streaming for just over 4.5 years, the world's biggest VTuber, Gawr Gura, has announced that due to a clash of vision between her and the agency's management, the time has come for her graduation from HoloLive. The heartbreaking news was broken to the public on April 15th. The reveal kicking off with Gawr Gura tweeting, "I have to talk to you about something tonight. alongside the link to a then upcoming stream titled Important Announcement. Sadly, despite Gura's attempt to keep things vague, her fans immediately found themselves in a complete state of anguish as they knew exactly what was coming next. The stream, just under 9 minutes in length and under 5, honestly, I think it's 6 actually. I mean, if you cut out all of the moments of silence, it might be under 5. Just counting the time Gura actually spoke, saw the VTuber choose not to have her model on screen, but rather speak to fans over a stationary self-portrait. Soft-spoken and clearly trying to control her emotions, as indicated by her long pauses and short, sharp breaths, she began, hi, hello everyone, it's me, Gawr Gura from Hololive English Myth. Is that what that is? English Myth?
Yeah, Myth is the group.
Okay.
So there's different like groups within the VTuber community. There's Myth, which is like the
Oh,
first
so it's like the
English.
phases of whatever. Like,
Yeah.
this is the first
Yeah,
generation.
because she
second
debuted
generation.
with like 2 or 3 other VTubers like at the same time, right? Her peers or whatever.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
called Gen Mates or whatever.
Thank you for coming tonight and for being here. It really means a lot to me that you're here right now. Now, I'll keep this short and to the point. I'm not so good with words, but I will do my best. And please forgive me. I am reading off of some notes so that I don't forget anything. First of all, I'm really sorry for worrying you or upsetting you with this announcement. This has been a very long time coming, but today I am here to announce that I will be graduating from Hololive on May 1st, 2025, JST. My reasons being disagreements with management and company direction. I debuted in September of 2020 with 4 other incredibly talented girls who I respect and admire. I had barely any streaming or singing and dancing experience before joining this company. It was incredibly exciting, but also very intense and unexpected to be suddenly surrounded by so many eyes and expectations. I remember there being many days where the stress was so overwhelming that I couldn't eat or keep food down. But the continuous support and patience of my wonderful community helped to lessen that feeling and pushed me to go on to do things I didn't even know I was capable of. I am so lucky and so thankful for each and every one of you, to the opportunities given to me, and for the almost 5 years that we've been able to spend together. I love singing for you and performing for you on stage or in my bedroom. You helped pull me out of my shell, and I went from being too scared to sing alone in the shower to singing live in front of hundreds and thousands of people. When I think about how many of you I've been able to connect with, it brings me so much joy. It's been an honor and a dream come true to be your shark, your gooba. With you, I've been able to achieve what I thought for a very long time would be impossible for a girl like me, to feel a part of something and to belong. I love being an idol and VTubing and watching all of my senpai, kohai, and the entire VTubing community grow into this amazing, colorful, and successful world. I love the banter we've shared over the years. I love your clips and compilations, cosplays, fan art, every single bit of it. I am so lucky to have been loved in such a way. Continuing in her gratitude, the VTuber told her fans that their support had not been in vain, beaming, "Those of you that sat and fretted over what to write and poured your hearts out to me in ink, please know that I have all of your letters and I will seal them and keep them forever until the archaeologists dig them up in 300 years and try to decipher what a Gawr Gura was. Thank you for your compassion, your creativity, and your dedication to me. Thank you for waiting for me to return when the outside world became too much. Let's have as much fun as we can together during these last 2 weeks. Please share your kindness and patience with everyone. And while my time here may be coming to an end, I will cherish the memories that we've made together forever. I have one final project to share with you, and I can't wait for you to see it. I'm feeling really optimistic for the future, and I hope you are too." And with one final goodbye of "Thank you everyone for letting me be your little shark." Gura signed off. I just want to point out how quickly I was able to read that. It took her almost 6 minutes to fucking say that. And you could hear
it's such
the
a
pain
hard
in her
subject
voice.
to bring up.
Holy shit. I've never met this girl. I don't watch any of her content. The literal only thing I've watched was this. But you could hear in every breath how hard this decision was for her to make. And holy fuck, hearing her say, "Thank you for letting me be your little shark," goddamn killed me today. It was so heartbreaking. Notably, with her graduation, Gura has officially become the 6th HoloLive VTuber to exit the agency since August 2024, with Minato Aqua, Amelia Watson, Saris Fauna, Sakamata Chloe, and Nanashi Mume having previously announced their respective graduations, a term borrowed from the idol industry, indicating the given personality has chosen to quit voluntarily rather than having been fired or terminated. Notably, Watson has since been recategorized as a HoloLive affiliate, while Mume's final stream is currently set for April 28th. So, who did we talk about? Selen Tatsuki, right? She left and became Doggy Bird, right? I think the girl behind Gawr Gura will show up again.
I was gonna say, I know that you're all like, "Oh my god, this is the saddest thing ever," but overall, I mean, the only thing you're actually losing is
the avatar and the persona.
The avatar,
right,
and the symbol of Gawr Gura.
I do
the
think
other
that,
one on the
I
list.
I do think that Gawr Gura is.
She already has a new VTuber identity, Nimi Nightmare, and she's already like having a blast. And I think it's for the better because, as you can see, everyone's not really happy with HoloLive as a company right now, which is why there's such a mass exodus. So that's why when it's like, there's disagreements with management and the direction the company's going, it's like, well, obviously this doesn't sound like, this is the end because I'm done VTubing. I mean, maybe she does take that route and says, you know what, I'm done. It's been 5 years. That's the other thing. The life cycle of a VTuber. I mean, we only know so many VTubers in existence because it's such a young industry, but there's a lot that don't really last all that long. So 5 years is like dog years. That's ancient, right? But she's probably still going to have another persona after this. And you know what? She's going to be free. She's not going to be tied down by HoloLive. So I'm not in this weird sappy mood of like, oh my god, Gawr Gura's gone. It's like, I'm happy for her.
And that's what I'm saying is that, like, I think that the decision to quote unquote graduate or quit, to put it bluntly, was one that she knows she has to do. Right. And let me read this next part because it's going to make it clear, I think, why. While there has yet to be an official discussion as to the reason behind this trend, fans have long speculated that the 2023 decision by HoloLive parent company Clover to go public, which President and CEO Motoaki Yagu Tanigo has claimed was a necessary move for the company's survival, would result in talent needing to be put in even more idle time than before in order to generate a profit. So it's one thing to be a VTuber playing video games and whatnot and just having fun. It's another thing to be in a position where you have to constantly put on concerts and do all sorts of crazy stuff, singing for an hour straight. Dan and I and my wife at the last Anime Expo went to Mori Calliope's live concert, which was like a screen in the middle of the gaming hall, I think it was. They did like a concert there where she had like a playlist of songs basically, and she sang them one right after another, but she was like changing them as she was doing, which was pretty fantastic. It was a great experience, like being around all the people who are singing along to her music, but with like the lyrics changed to reference the fandom that she's developed, right? So anyway, while HoloLive VTubers stream themselves playing games and hanging out with one another, the drip feed nature of the resulting donations is far outweighed by the all at one time profits provided by concerts and other such big performances. As such, it's currently assumed by a large portion of Hololive's audience that when it comes to those VTubers who either didn't want to be a dedicated idol or felt uncomfortable with the intense demands of live performances. So this is what I kind of mean when I say that, like, I think she knew this was the right call, but it's scary to make this call because now you're going out on your own, right? Because previously she might have had at least a definite, your rent is paid, there's a bare minimum you're definitely going to make, and you're going to be okay, right? And now it's like the problem with that is that management has put me in a position where I am having to do strenuous activity to a degree that I don't know that I will be able to keep up, and I don't want to let my fans down. So instead, what I'm going to try to do is branch out on my own without the cover of somebody who's going to protect me from copyright when I sing
the cover
songs.
of cover.
Somebody who's going to provide for me and get me gigs that raise my popularity and make me, big chunks of money throughout the year, like doing the Dodger game and everything. You know what I mean? Like that by branching out on her own, she has the potential to be happier and do things that she wants to do and stuff, but she also loses the support and the team behind doing all this stuff because she probably wasn't doing most of the art assets and everything that she would need in order to make her character. And now that's all going to come out of pocket. And it's a dangerous, scary, place to be.
I
so
think
she's probably
got enough money stored away.
I totally agree.
It was that much of a ripoff.
Yeah, well, we're gonna
but
read.
You also have the fact that she's already like one of the most popular. So the moment
she is the most popular,
she is the most popular.
Yeah, there you go. There's like, I'm just saying, there's like a 0% risk that it's going to be like, oh,
yeah, but it's
I don't
still
know.
scary to be put in that position, especially for a young girl her age.
I think a bigger factor is the sentimental value of being part of this thing, and all of the people that you grew in the company with have left, which has put you in a position where even if you're fine doing all the idol stuff, you're in this like depressing state of all of that. They're all gone. I'm all that's left. This isn't what I knew and loved. So I think that's more where her sadness.
It also puts you in a position where, like, let's say that, like, for example, I used to run, and I mean, I technically still do, but like it gets very little usage. I still run a Minecraft server, and I used to make content with a bunch of people, right? And it was literally just us hanging out, doing stupid stuff on the server and filming it, right? And when I was producing that content, just imagine all of a sudden that I was put in a position where I was going to quit and try to branch out on my own, even though I was already in that position, kind of thing. But what that does is that means the people that I have played with up to this point, that I am like close friends with, I don't get to play with on camera anymore. Right? Like that's kind of, I think, the situation that she might be feeling in, is that the people that she was with are gone, and the people that she's still with, she's going to leave. Right? So maybe she's going to get to start over and get to start hanging out with some of the people she used to stream with before again, you know what I mean? But in their new personas and stuff. But it's just a bittersweet, like difficult growing pain that she's got to go through right now. So
I think it's less difficult as much as it is just painful that she had to be brought to this crossroads.
So fellow Hololive streamer Mori Calliope discussed the news at the start of her stream soon after the announcement, remaining honest while avoiding speaking for others. Quote, whenever a talent says something like disagreements with management and direction with the company and stuff like that, those aren't worries that I can assuage, although she pronounces assuage in the weirdest way in that stream. Because
I'm surprised that they actually let her say that on the stream. Like they would have been like, you can't bring it up.
Because I am a person that likes the way that things are, which doesn't make my opinion any better or worse than theirs. So I think Mori Calliope is a lot more comfortable singing and doing the concerts than Gura was, right? but and like she likes being in the position she's at with Hololive, because she gets to do the things that she likes to do, right? And she's more outgoing, right? Anyway, explained that everyone has their own desires and directions they want to go to. In any instances, she was in any insistence she was fine was unlikely to make any fans of graduating talent feel better, the VTuber affirmed. Quote, "What I will say is that it's never one thing. I can say that with confidence," noting that everyone had different experiences with both Cover and Hololive, and that the citation of the generic term disagreements with management as a reason for her exit was likely done as a catch-all term for Gura's issues rather than a specific label for them. Laughing and a little tear-eyed, Callie then looked back on her fond memories of Gura before ultimately wishing the best for her friend and cautioning fans to be wary of third parties, quote, "stirring the pot" by doomsaying Hololive's future. Replying to Gura's graduation tweet, Yagu, the CEO of Cover Corp, gave his heartfelt thanks to her influence, writing, "Thank you, Gura-san, for all of your hard work in Hololive English. Because of you and the other members of Hololive English, Hololive became so loved and popular in English-speaking countries. I'm so grateful for everything you've done. Thank you with all of my heart." And though the CEO was subsequently met with a wave of demands for answers, he would ultimately refrain from speaking any further on the matter. As of writing on the day after Gura's announcement, Cover stocks have fallen by over 10%. Hardly a surprising result, given Gura is the most subscribed VTuber in both Hololive and overall history, even with her taking more breaks in recent years in order to look out for her health. Highlights of Gura's career include surpassing Kizuna Ai to be the most subscribed VTuber, becoming one of 3 Hololive VTubers to become Tokyo's tourism ambassadors, collaborating with the LA Dodgers, fans joking her singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" helped them make a comeback, and the Steamy Awards VTuber of the Year 2023. Sorry, Streamy. The Streamy Awards, not the Steamy Awards. Of course, her biggest impact is the fact that she was one of the first English-speaking VTubers ever. In doing so, setting the stage for the scene to explode in the West and inspiring many other artists, animators, and future streamers to follow their creative dreams. Like this young man.
I too can be streamer. I too.
Me too.
I Hololive. Sign me up. I can sing. Hello, take me out to the ball game. See.
Anyway, I guess I deleted. Oh no, it's right here. I was going to show this. If this is it, one of my favorite Gawr Gura moments is the camera cut to the young chum buds seeing their idol performing during the Breaking Dimensions concert. Right there. Amongst the smelliest crowd, there was but one tiny little girl child. Now, the anti-Guras have a interesting streak about them because there are one of 2 types of anti-Gura. There is the one that this person said, reminder that Gawr Gura is an ugly witch and should have graduated years ago. And I am now realizing that I have not included the actual tweet I meant to include here, also by this person, that said that Gawr Gura, who allegedly this is what she actually looks like behind the avatar, they were saying that Gawr Gura was a known to constantly be dating black guys. That is the attack vector that the antis take. The other attack vector is to make her racist with AI, such as this clip.
Gura, do you hate black people? Yes, it's a very controversial topic. but you know, black people, they're very aggressive, and you know, they don't really contribute much to society. So that is why I hate black people, and they are all.
Cut it just in time.
Oh, no!
Yeah. So the two attack vectors is that Gura is either a race mixer or a racist.
Yeah.
And that about covers all of the people who could be swayed, right? So I thought this was kind of funny. So this person said, reminder that Gawr Gura is an ugly witch and should have graduated years ago. Goes on to say, any cute VTubers that see this tweet, I am looking for a girlfriend. I'm 26, Canadian, white, 5'7", and have several Bitcoin. Please DM me.
So what?
Tough crowd. Well, maybe a selfie would help. Ladies, I'm waiting. Now, I couldn't help but notice. Now, I'm just saying, that looks like brother and sister to me. Am I wrong? Holy shit! They look identical. Anyway, so that's actually not this person's account, as it says here. This photo is not of the OP. It's a selfie from this other person here. Anyway, I don't know. Just thought I'd share. That was weird, right?
It's such a weird thing for like Gura to leave, though, because it's like,
yeah,
it's this constant thing that was always, if you were online, especially if you were mean on YouTube constantly, she'd always pop up in like news or like compilations. So it's gonna be weird not to see like anything of her.
Yeah, and it'll be
Maybe
interesting because
I don't know. She never really came across my feed.
That's fair.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if, because even though there have been successful VTubers who are independent, without the marketing boost that comes from being a part of like a organized group like Hololive, it'll be interesting to see if an independent can break out and, you know, climb the ranks, and if Gura can overtake her original 4.5 million subscribers and whatnot. It'll be interesting to see where that goes. But regardless,
I somewhat disagree with putting them to an extent where it's like, oh yeah, nothing will change. It's the same. Where it's like it's kind of different.
It does change, yeah. Like, and it's partially
avatar. It's not the same. She's gonna have different mannerisms, like, you know.
And rebranding is really fucking difficult, you know, especially because I think Gawr Gura might have had the best avatar of any, like, just creatively, design wise, even though Luigi is going to argue in the comments nonstop about the shark teeth. I feel like the persona that she created with Gura was a decent one. Very clever design to go with the shark, and like it just, the asymmetrical design, everything about it was really clever and done well, you know. And I just feel like unless she's able to employ the same designers to come up with a new avatar, you know, and it's really hard too, because like, I forget what, I think Maury Calliope's fans, she calls them the deadbeats.
Yes.
And Chumbloods or whatever she called Gura's, right? It's just like, there's like it would be like if we, for some reason, had to start over with the podcast and we couldn't use any of the original memes. Could we do it? Yeah, we absolutely could. Would we be the same people? Totally. But it would, like, losing that history is hard on people, you know? Anyway, Mirage says, if AC was like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars, the first thing he would say to me is, you have failed me, Mirage. I find your lack of weird news articles disturbing. Yes, get on it.
Sounds about right.
When I went to Anime Fest over the weekend, I met a girl dressed up as Sephiroth, and she actually had a Genova head prop she made from scratch. I think she actually got second place in the costume contest. Good for her. And my mom gave me an Easter basket today with candy and the complete 1985 Thundercats complete series DVD. Wow.
Lucky? Wow.
Reese, you deserve a gold star for changing your name to the Reester Bunny. All right.
That's horrifying, by the way. I hope you know that.
And we have more news. Small amount of news here. First of all, this is going up. They removed the update from the description and made an actual update. So there you go. Nothing new here. Just wanted to tell you that they have been clearly watching the podcast, and as we correct them for their stupidity, they are quick to adapt. All right. Also, TerrorBytes is now over. I hope you guys backed it if you wanted it, because tough titties if you didn't. Also, Seed of Nostalgia. They have exceeded, they've got these now, right? They exceeded the stretch goal to get on consoles. And guess what these fuckers are doing? Come on. Why can't I? There you go. This tier is for new backers who want to receive a console digital download key for their supported console of choice upon release.
Fuck! Yeah.
Get fucked. No. You put it out on an actual cart, we'll talk. Anyway, naked Canadian wacko arrested at Disneyland after scaring visitors on a drugged up bender.
Wow, Putnam, really? Really? How could you?
You look just like I remember you.
We haven't seen Randy.
Yeah, that neck is pretty low.
Oh, true.
Was it cold out that day? No. All right, so
it goes in like a turtle.
Yeah, a Canadian wacko was arrested for walking around Disneyland buck naked, terrifying visitors while on a drug-fueled bender, according to cops and video. Footage circulating online. Oh, this woman is having a reaction to that news. I keep wanting to scroll up because I'm like, is it an MRI of a head or is that the penile abulgenia? Right? I think it's a head. Anyway. All right. God damn it. Go away, other articles. I'm trying to read here. Footage circulating online shows the man who is allegedly high on drugs on top of Tiana's Palace. Oh, no. A Cajun restaurant inspired by the Princess and the Frog in the park's New Orleans Square on Saturday. Oh, my God. One person screams in the video as a flustered Disney worker apologizes and tries to usher the crowd away. Another clip shows the man waving his arms in the air before he climbs over the restaurant balcony. We were under the canopy eating beignets. Security was hurting him. He climbed up the stairs, then walked along the roof, and then was on the canopy, screaming, "I am exposing myself to expose!" Then we ran out from under the canopy.
No doubt it was me.
Can't a man enjoy a succulent Chinese meal?
One woman posted on Instagram, we came out of the haunted mansion and walked right into that scene. Never thought we'd see that.
The ride's not over yet.
So disgusting. It's supposed to be an enjoyable place for kids. People pay hundreds of dollars a month to be able to see crap like that. And you got it for free. Stop complaining. The entitlement of these people. I do need ad block. Guess what? Boom. Oh, the problem is that it also removed. Oh, no, it's back. Huh. It didn't seem to help much. All right. Yeah. Okay. So you don't know Tarzan before he met Jane? You're not a true Disney fan then. Another equipped. Cops have not released the trespasser's name, but confirmed he is a Canadian citizen. He was charged with trespassing, public nudity, and being under the influence of narcotics. The Post has reached out to Disney for comment. The incident comes roughly 18 months after a streaker was filmed ripping off his clothes and crawling around the iconic It's a Small World attraction in front of terrified riders. He was then, it's funny, you know, on the one hand, you've got the left where they're like burning Tesla dealerships and trying to use political violence to tank the Tesla stock. And on the other hand, you got the drug addicts who are just streaking naked around Disneyland hurting Disney stock, right? Who will win? He was then pictured walking around the park without clothes, which he left in a pile on the side of the ride, which was shut down during the incident. Damn, that's it. Okay, well, that was a very unsatisfying ending. And a recap of the last time we covered these wackos. All right. You guys ready? Sorry about my ad block. I won't do it again. Adults can still be idols. They just have to be slim to be cute. Stay away from beer and cigars. Believe it or not, there is an entire line of idols in an idol group that were fat. And the gimmick was that they were angels who fell from heaven because they weighed too much. So maybe check yourself before you say they have to be slim to be cute. Because although I agree with you, they don't have to be slim to be idols.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air.
There he is, his singing debut. Come on, damn it, I was so late.
Oh, too late.
All right, Attack on Titan, The Last Attack Omnibus movie is now available to watch on Crunchyroll. So this is the one that I went to the theater to see. It's literally just the finale, the last 2 episodes, but cut together as one movie.
With some like better sound and
possibly better stuff. I don't know. I only watched it this way. In addition, Lycoris Recoil, Friends or Thieves of Time, short anime streams on Crunchyroll starting April 16th.
Yep.
Wow.
These are 6 episodes, 2 minutes long.
Mm-hmm. Not on the disc that I have.
Nope.
Fuckers. I can't wait. Till Aniplex of America sells them to me. All 12 minutes for all $150.
What was that one Fate thing that was like only like a 1 episode?
Mm-hmm. All right. Crunchyroll inexplicably delays. Please put them on Takamine-san episode 3 by 1 week. Damn. Wednesday, April 16, 2025, saw Crunchyroll choose to delay its airing of Please Put Them on Takamine-san episode 3 by 1 week, as indicated by a message on the series page. The message simply states that, quote, the next episode will be available on 4/22 or April 22, without adding any further explanation of the delay. It should be noted that Please Put Them on Takamine-san episode 3 is not delayed in its Japanese release. The official Twitter account confirmed this earlier today via a post which promoted the third episode's release and confirmed its availability. With this in mind, Crunchyroll's decision to delay the incredibly popular series becomes curiouser and curiouser. While Crunchyroll hasn't officially commented on its delay of Please Put Them on Takamine-san episode 3, there is one especially likely explanation. In Japan, the anime is airing in 3 different versions with varying levels of censorship. The censored version is the TV broadcast / general streaming version, while a special streaming version is less censored. The uncensored version is known as the self-referential Eternal Virgin Road version. Across the first 2 episodes, Crunchyroll streamed what appeared to be the fully uncensored Eternal Virgin Road version, referencing the titular Takamine's time travel ability. While many were pleased by this decision, others criticized Crunchyroll for streaming this version of the series without any apparent warning. The series has likewise... You mean cucks? You mean fucking losers who don't belong in this fandom? You mean hoity-toity, pearl-clutching Puritans? The series has likewise been at the center of a significant controversy on social media since airing. Likewise, Crunchyroll's delay seems to be a result of its decision to change which version of the series it will stream. The 3rd episode's platform-specific release date of April 22nd notably aligns with the Japanese release date of the special streaming version of the series. With this in mind, it seems Crunchyroll will be streaming this version of the series internationally, starting with Please Put Them On Takamine-san episode 3. So basically, they're saying that it seems like they said, oh no, what have we gotten ourselves into? This is another interspecies reviewer situation. And now they're panicking because this very uncensored thing happens. Now, I just want to say, just because I could, I also dubbed it. But only for her lines.
Could you not imply that I appeared in some chaotic adult video? If I were to appear, it would be solo. Of course, I'm aiming to be #1 in the AV industry.
Yeah.
Damn, that must be some good mustard.
That is, in fact, the 4th version that has aired, censored. The mustard censorship. The anime version is a little different.
Just a little bit.
There are less bottles covering the nips.
Yeah.
As mentioned above, Crunchyroll has yet to officially comment on this decision beyond the note affixed to the series page on the streaming platform. Should Crunchyroll intend to comment, it's expected that this will come via either the platform's official social media accounts or the news section of its own website. However, given that no explanation has been given thus far, it seems unlikely that one will be provided.
It's so weird because I feel like, well, at least we can, maybe get it uncensored when we get it on disc. But like nowadays, I feel like there's even no guarantee that we'll get this on disc.
Seriously. Yeah.
Because like, where the fuck is Nagatoro? Where the fuck is Chainsaw Man? Like, I keep thinking, yeah,
Interspecies reviewers got released by freaking Nozomi.
Yeah.
Critical Mass. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, don't worry though. Crunchyroll, even though I gave you a taste of what AI is capable of doing to dub that, anime fans are celebrating as Crunchyroll reverses awful AI plan. A year after Crunchyroll CEO Rahul Parini announced artificial intelligence as an area of interest to expand its anime content, the company has now walked back its controversial plans, much to the relief of the fans. As AI continues to infiltrate our lives, the debate over its role in creative work has only intensified. Movie marketing campaigns like Megalopolis and Thunderbolts, TV shows such as True Detective, and even YouTubers Vic Star and JCS have all faced backlash for incorporating AI into their content. Boo fucking who. The new world of anime, known for its artistry, the world of anime, known for its artistry and creativity, is not immune. Last month, OpenAI's ChatGPT launched an AI image generator to create art inspired by legendary Studio Ghibli animator Hayao Miyazaki. Though it took the online world by storm, reactions were mixed, with some accusing the generators of exploitation. Oh, big whoop. Months before this, Crunchyroll faced a similar response when the company revealed plans to incorporate AI into its workflow. Crunchyroll backs down from AI plan. However, Rahul Parini has since gone back on his previous statements. In a new interview with Forbes, the Crunchyroll CEO said, quote, "We are not considering AI in the creative process, including our voice actors. We consider them to be creators because they are contributing to the story and plot with their voice." This is in contrast to his conversation with The Verge last year, where he said AI is definitely something we think about at a lot of different workflows within the organization. Right now, one of the areas we are very focused on testing is our subtitling and closed captioning, where we go from speech to text and how do we improve and optimize our processes where we can get the subtitles done in various languages across the world faster so that we can launch as close to the Japanese release as possible.
So that, based on his comments there, it doesn't sound like he's going back on that part.
Well, this is him. This is what he said to The Verge last year.
Okay. If he's going back, going back on the part where, like, because it said creative process, and to me, the creative process isn't subtitles. I don't know, maybe that's a bigoted comment, but so like, if
you're not creative, Janet.
Yeah,
subtitler.
if it's subtitles, then it's like, if they're still gonna do subtitles, then I'm like, because I was watching ReZero the other day, season 2, and I had the CC subtitles on, and it's just it's worse than like Whisper. Like, it can't.
Whisper's amazing.
Just make stuff up. It's like,
are you fucking serious? The only thing that's weird about Whisper is that a lot of times, like maybe 30% of the time when I use it, it adds "thanks for watching" at the end of whatever I said. And I'm like, why does it keep doing that?
From my understanding, the CC subtitles are supposed to be the dub titles.
Yeah, but what they've done is they've taken the dub and they're just running it through some.
They should just be grabbing the script.
That would be smart, but clearly no. They've taken the dub and they've run it through some AI, auto transcriber, because the subtitles were not matching. Like, it wasn't. And it's not like, oh well, it was. This is the sub version of the subtitle. No. It was inserting like nonsense.
Spoken like a person who never had to buy Chinese bootlegs where the subtitles didn't sync up at all, and constantly with the two people talking in conversation, this person's talking, but this person's subtitles are on screen and vice versa. And you had to really pay attention to the character names, which, by the way, were always spelled in the way that made sense phonetically to how a Chinese person would spell them, and not the way they should be spelled. Yeah. Sounds like somebody never had that experience.
Well, I'm sorry for your bad luck there.
Yeah, you weren't battle hardened like I was.
I've downloaded those as well. I just specifically chose not to continue watching them, If you wanted to continue watching them, that's your own call there, buddy.
So that's definitely an area where we are focused on. In his latest statements, Perini said the company is still looking at AI in back-end systems to improve content discoverability, recommendations, and personalization. But this is only for viewers' experience and will not touch the anime itself. This is welcome news for fans. Nobody fucking cares of the streaming service, which is best known for bringing beloved anime series like One Piece, Attack on Titan, and Demon Slayer to global audiences, offering both subbed and dubbed versions. Discussing the issue of subtitles, one responded to the news, quote, "If I pay for a service, I expect to have proper subtitles. Having shitty auto subtitles is hugely frustrating." It just sounds like they're not actually using it appropriately. They're still hiring dumb idiots to run the AI. Thank fuck for that. AI subtitling.
You know what? That would actually be hilarious.
This. It's so funny to me. Like, God damn it. Bring back the subtitling people you weren't paying well. Fuck. Stop using machines and instead keep underpaying your staff. Right? Like these fucking whiny babies.
That would actually be hilarious. That if it might actually be happening, that the people who are doing the AI subtitling are purposely not doing it well to try and make them go back on the decision.
Give me a job for a week, Crunchyroll. I will show you what you could have, and then you can pay me.
It just it takes a person, a little bit of extra time just to double check that the subtitles match what they're actually saying.
Dylan G says, "Why aren't they hiring Mars Girl for the closed captioning? I don't understand." Yeah, man. It might be because every time she comes in the building, the black hole that she brings with her eats up everything in the break room. And the black hole, I mean her mouth. Anyway, so Thank fuck for that. AI subtitling is awful. Subs are also not literal translations, said another. If it just converted everything to the literal words used, then shows would barely make sense. Big win for the anime community, added a third. Crunchyroll has officially backed down from its controversial AI dubbing plan. Fuck, man. When did they ever say they were going to dub with AI? They never fucking said that. The literal only thing they said is that they thought about using it for subtitling. And everybody's just been like, whew, phew, they're not going to use it for their dubs.
Amazon did say that they were experimenting with AI dubs.
For more on, and I don't give a shit about that. Nobody cares. Okay, cool. All right, you guys ready for the next thing? Shall we bring in that Amazon article real quick, just so that we can we've referenced it like twice so far and not talked about it. Prime Video begins an AI dubbing pilot program on licensed movies and series. AI-aided dubbing will help you enjoy titles that previously did not have dubbing available in select countries and territories. As a first-stop entertainment destination, Prime Video is home to a vast selection of movies and series of varying quality and production value as well. Some of them look like they were filmed on the budget of a porno where you paid people in crack, and that's all you had. And it is awful. But language barriers can prevent customers from enjoying content originating from countries and territories other than their own. To make its vast streaming library accessible to even more customers, Prime Video will begin offering AI-aided dubbing on licensed movies and series that would not have been dubbed otherwise. Increasingly, customers are eager to enjoy series and movies, regardless of where they are created. Starting today, AI-aided dubbing in English and Latin American Spanish will be available initially on 12 licensed movies and series. I don't know why this popped in my head, but as I'm reading this, I'm thinking, I wonder what it would be like if you used the 11 Labs dubbing feature on a JAV. Like, because you know,
only one way to find out.
The way that the Japanese,
the
way that the Japanese, you know, emote during
procreation.
Coitus is different from what you expect. So I wonder if it would be like, if it would understand the context and like, oh, they're saying I'm coming. It's like, no, they're saying I go. Like, oh no. Anyway, at Prime Video, we believe in improving customers' experience with practical and useful AI innovations. Blah blah blah. I think the rest of this is pretty self-explanatory, right? We don't need to. Anyway, that's happening. Now you know. Cool. All right, moving this over here and archiving it. Archived a month ago. Good job, me. So, Fushigi no Kuni de Alice To Dive in Wonderland anime shares manners video for theatergoers. So PA Works is putting out the first feature-length anime adaptation of Alice in Wonderland. And that's significant for some reason. There it is. That's all I want to say about it. All right. Widespread anime support and expansion initiatives have been planned by the Japanese government. Let's hope they really mean it this time. For many people, the first thing that comes to mind when they hear Japan is anime, and rightfully so. It is often the gateway that allows people around the world to experience Japanese culture and aesthetics for the first time. It's also big business, with the Japanese-made overseas anime market valued at 1.45 trillion yen, or US $10 billion in 2022, with franchises like One Piece rubbing shoulders with major organizations like the NFL, who gives a shit, and taking over all of Times Square. And yet, despite all these successes, it is still an industry fraught with poor working conditions, low wages, and occasional horridness. Wonder what that article was. that it defies rather than entices people to enter it. This is something the Japanese government's Agency for Cultural Affairs is hoping to change with a set of new initiatives aimed at maintaining and expanding the industry. The main pillar of these efforts is said to be the Industry Academic Collaborative Anime Human Resources Training Committee. That is a strangely complex title for something that seems like it could have been much... Yeah, it's a name that's only tentative. Good. But extremely self-explanatory, is it? This committee will be established within this fiscal year and strengthen the anime industry by developing guidelines to provide the necessary skills for anime creation, such as directing, storyboarding, sound engineering, and editing, and encouraging studios, universities, and vocational schools to implement them. Their programs will also focus on foreign language communication and intellectual property management so creators can be better equipped to expand overseas. What the fuck? So literally what they're just going to do is go into the schools and say, hey, raise the bar to this level. And all the schools are like, what the fuck? This is below where we already are. But now also we want you to train people to take their industry overseas and stop catering to the Japanese demographic and fail, right? Meanwhile, the Agency for Cultural Affairs will encourage more universities and vocational schools to establish courses in anime while also working with production studios to set up a sort of anime preservation society that helps maintain and restore old footage. It's funny. They like, yeah, we want to get more animators. We want to get more people in this field. That punishes people for working hard and doesn't actually need more people in it, because currently even the people who are in there can't get enough high-paying work to stay afloat. Like, they just need to have replacements ready. This is a part of the agency's wider-ranging public-private council on the content industry, which was created to bolster all of Japan's entertainment sector, such as film, music, and video games. What would be nice is if what they should do, like if the Japanese government really wanted to meddle and do something positive that would actually affect the people down the line, they would make it so that they'd have like a pay scale thing where working on a project would give you, first of all, royalties, right? That's how the unions are with Screen Actors Guild in the United States, where if you work on a project and that project does really fucking well, it continues to pay you years after you worked on it, right? And that could be a way to get the animators to a better working condition and whatnot. And an incentive, because if you do a fucking kick-ass job on the show, then it does better, right? And then it pays you down the line more, you know? So anyway, this is the part where the agency's wider-ranging private-public sector of the content industry would be compulsory Japanese. Japan's entire content industry overseas is said to be worth 5.8 trillion yen. The council hopes to raise that figure to 20 trillion by 2033. Good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. Anime is becoming less and less and less catered to a Japanese audience, and it will become worth less and less and less over time, especially by 2033. This news can't help but conjure up memories of the Japanese government's ill-fated Cool Japan initiative, which set out to accomplish very similar goals of boosting Japanese cultural properties around the world. It ended up being completely mismanaged and was almost impressive in how utterly ineffective it was at its intended goal. The agency's plan this time around feels a lot more focused and cogent than Cool Japan's was. But it's hard to celebrate this initiative quite yet after having been bitten once. It's hard to argue. I don't even see what this initiative is going to even fucking do.
It's going to be Kawaii Japan.
Yeah. Kakui Japan, you mean? Like
Kakui
Japan.
No, that they already tried that.
Nihon.
This one's going to be what I said earlier.
Kawaii.
Kawaii, yeah.
Cute Japan? I don't know.
Yeah.
So the thing about it is that like they're not even fucking doing anything. Like it would be one thing if you were providing government funding for the studios. That wouldn't be a good idea because then the studios will become dependent. And then as soon as you stop providing government funding, all of a sudden every studio collapses. Like, don't get me wrong, this is a bad situation here. But what they're suggesting is, yeah, we're just going to really encourage those schools to have more anime training in it. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to help no one. I mean, unless what they want is to stop outsourcing to Korea and China and instead keep the animation being done in-house in Japan. I mean, I don't know if that's going to work because you still have to pay people a living wage. Anyway, it's hard to celebrate this initiative, Quayas, after having been bitten once. It's hard to argue that a lot of potential in anime and other Japanese media has been lost, along with the potential money that would have come with it. So hopefully, late will be better than never when it comes to support. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I disagree. What do you think this show is?
Can't make it out.
Can't really tell.
We've got like a Sailor Moon thing going on here, and I don't fucking know. That's very strange. Anyway, moving past it. The Brilliant Healer's New Life in the Shadows has the English dub cast revealed. I don't really care about that. I just wanted to show you the titties. These nice ones. These ones are okay. Even these are all right, except for the furriness that's a little too furry. Anyway, moving past that. Witch Watch, Anime Makes Magic, and Creditless opening. Yeah, this one's okay too. Don't know. Has a fun opening. Moving past that. A ninja and an assassin under one roof has its creditless opening ending. I just want to show you a clip from this. I just want to show you a clip.
Yeah, just a clip.
Just a clip.
Just a short clip here.
We would know all about that, wouldn't we, Reese?
The Japanese, for some reason, are not capable of showing you the thing that will actually get you to watch their franchise. Instead, they write stupid shit like, stuff that's not even like on the way home from school one day, Konoha Koga rescues Sadako Kusagakure, a ninja who escaped her village. Soon, pursuers from the village show up in search of Sadako, only to be deftly dealt with by Konoha. As it turns out, the unassuming high schooler is actually an assassin. Thus, the potentially cutthroat cohabitation of a ninja and assassin begins. Boring as shit. Just show me the clip where they sniff each other's panties. All right. Alma-chan wants to have a family. Anime reveals this. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares? So this is the story about a guy who programs the AI and a girl who designs the body of this robot, and the robot believes that they're her parents.
Oh, that's sweet.
And the robot has really weird, big, chunky hands. You have to watch the thing. Anyway, moving past it. We're going to keep going. Mistress Kanan is devilishly easy, anime announced. Whoa.
Nice.
A beautiful and alluring devil that devours human souls has descended. Kanan, the gourmet devil, descends upon a high school in the human world to devour young, sweet souls. And her first sacrifice is Yoji Kugi. It's a high privilege to be devoured by yours truly. Be thankful, inferior creature. However, for some reason, she and Kugi end up making a romantic contract for the innocent Kanan, who has lived for thousands of years without experiencing a first love. Every day is filled with excitement. Going home together, holding hands, going on dates, a first time? You damn inferior creature. The first love rom-com about a cute and simple-minded devil begins. All right. Show me the clips with the sniffing pants. I just need to know. All right, KOWLOON generic romance anime turns back time and Creditless. Who cares about all that stuff? Footnum, I found a crossplay for you. Boom. Holy shit, that neck. Are we seeing this? Damn. She just got out of that African tribe and took off all the rings, you know? Like, fuck. That is quite the neck here. All right. Backstabbed in a Backwater dungeon premieres in fall. So this is the one where the character gets basically ditched by his party. He only has a power, like one power, and it's usually useless, is the endless gacha. And then it forms the level 999 maid girl. And then the whole show is him summoning level 9999 waifus because his power is the eternal gacha or whatever. Mm-hmm. Also, Takamine creates a Michael Arias directs animated adaptation of Taiyo Matsumoto's Sunny manga. G Kids is producing, and the film is slated for completion in 2029.
Yep.
And it's going to be done at Dwarf Studios, right? Now, here's the thing. The reason it's going to take so long, presumably, is because it's being done in claymation.
Yep.
While it's not directly described as such, the still image depicts stop-motion animation, which is the specialty for Dwarf Studios, thanks to projects like Pokemon Concierge and the Rilakkuma and Kaoru. What is Sunny? Sunny is a car. Sunny is a car you take on a drive with your mind. It takes you to the place of your dreams. Sunny is the story of beating the odds in the way that count. In the ways that count. It's the brand new masterwork from Eisner Award winner, don't care about that, Taiyo Matsumoto, one of Japan's most innovative and acclaimed manga artists. Ooh.
Yeah. So what's interesting is, Michael, going back to that, quick go back to the ANN article. So Michael Arias also directed Tekken Kinkreet, which was also a Taiyo Matsumoto manga, and scroll down, and stop moving. Where is it? Next one down. The one that starts with Viz Media.
Viz Media manga in English in 6 volumes?
Yeah. Arias also translated the manga for Viz.
Oh.
I thought that was
so. Michael Arias, the director, actually translated. That's kind of interesting. All right. So I want to talk to you guys about the beginning after the end. Fuck. I knew I forgot to upload something to the band.
The thing we spent all night on?
No, not that. The clip from the actual podcast where we covered it.
Oh.
Did I not render that out? God damn it. Stall, everyone. Read comments. Fuck me. Hold on. Give me a second.
Oh, man. I missed the Gurukon segment. Watch the VOD. Cool Titi.
You have the power to rewind. You do not need to buy a VHS rewinder. You can just click the little button to go back in time and watch the podcast over. Oh, incidentally, if anyone was curious, the copyright issues that we were suffering last podcast magically disappeared on the VOD. So the VOD had issues initially for the first couple hours, but by the next morning, they were gone. And so the entire VOD of last episode, 302, is available on YouTube for your viewing pleasure. What'd you say, Reese?
Except in Russia.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Sadly, I couldn't save it in all territories.
Putin's got to stop the war. Then he can watch our podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that's ever going to happen? Do you think they're ever just going to let that slide and they're going to let it? Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, I'm such an idiot. No wonder.
Another newsflyer is what?
Whole time.
Fuck. Okay. So I didn't.
We gotta
do this.
We gotta restart the
Yep, we will.
Timestamp.
We will. Hold on. Fucking, I'm so stupid. So I saw the file titled T-bait clip and just assumed it was the other T-bait clip. So I didn't upload it into the brand because I thought as you can see, the one in there is titled T-bait clip, but it's not the one I needed.
Your naming schemes need to be.
I will now upload
improved.
the other T-bait clip. All right.
The Cool 2T says, I read the Eternal Gotcha light novel. It was okay.
All right, like I said. He said before.
I read all of Solo Leveling this last week.
I'm just going to go ahead and delete the mustard so I don't accidentally click on that again. All right.
You got the mustard.
All right, now let's try this again.
All right.
Hey guys, I want to talk to you guys about the beginning after the end. I would like to remind you of the first time we talked about this on podcast today, because a couple podcasts ago when you guys told me about the Chibi thing, I turned on notifications. So when he posted stuff, I'd see it. He put out a video titled "The Worst Possible Thing Happened" or whatever. And I watched like the very beginning of it. It was about this anime, and it was about the fact that Keitaro Motonaga is directing and Studio ACAT is producing. That means absolutely nothing to me. So I don't know. Apparently it's also a manhwa, right? Yeah, it's a web novel and manhwa by TerrorBytes.
Korean comic.
Okay. The second time that we looked at this on podcast, I pointed out that it is with a gay black dragon. You'll remember this episode, right? With all the gay black dragons that kept showing up. So, also, Reese is correct. It is Crunchyroll was wrong. It's not a manhwa. It is a web comic.
Shocker. They were wrong?
Yeah.
Real shocker.
Hold on to your butt, because believe it or not, more wrongness is coming. They did this podcast episode interview with Turtle Me. This is Turtle Me, the creator of the original story here. How the beginning after the end is making anime history. Wow, as being the worst piece of trash ever. Like,
right.
So I'm going to show you guys a clip from this. There are minor edits to it. I hope you enjoy.
When I believe Crunchyroll was looking out for different studios, ACAT was one on the list. And what appealed to, I believe, Crunchyroll, Tapas, and myself was the fact that the director knew of my story even before it was pitched.
Really? Okay.
And when he and I had a small conversation online over what drew him to the beginning after the end, it was really all encompassing, where I could tell that he not only had read the webcomic, but he had researched quite a bit into the novel as well.
Wow.
And so, he said it in the interview in the panel last night about like how there are sci-fi elements, there are other elements to T-bait that sets it apart from just being a fantasy reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of resonated with me.
Right.
And, like you said, ACAT is a rising studio. They've had several titles under their belt.
この感情をマスターに届けたいです。だったら歌えばいいと思います。でこの森に。
第4戦聖地富士スピードウェイ。今キングが1ゴールです。
王者の面目躍如ですね。
2位にはクイーンが入りました。
前にもう少し今日という日を楽しみますか。
すみません。さっきから連絡してるんですが。
Several titles under their belt, but another big reason why I wanted to really invest T-bait into ACAT was the fact that they wanted to put their all into it. And I wouldn't be able to have that same confidence with a bigger studio where they have so many main IPs, like so many major titles that they have on their roster that they need to also work on.
Right.
I was afraid that the beginning after the end would kind of get bogged down just a little bit. But with ACAT, one thing that I was reassured by was the fact that I could, be a bit more involved, have more conversations, and really work together to come up with a really strong anime.
Yeah, that's great. I'm sure that's a really good feeling as a creator, especially with now the added, I don't know if it feels like pressure to you. If it was me, I feel like I would feel pressure of like, the first American comic, 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 that's getting adapted. I would be like, whoo.
Yeah, how about that? Wrong again. Wrong on many occasions with that last comment. Also, when hentai gets better animation than T-Bait. Turns out there is the Shinkai hentai already. And while I can't show it to you, this video removes the stuff I can't show you. So there you go. There is some very high fidelity nipple tweaking in the actual trailer for that. Also, remember, ACAT was very invested in giving it their all. But the beginning after the end, episode 3 was outsourced to Fortune Animation Studio, and episodes 1 and 2 were outsourced to CH Studio. So just saying, I don't know if they're good at their all.
I think we might need to rewrite the dictionary definition for give it your all.
Like maybe Crunchyroll's full of shit again.
Now, I think they picked the cheapest studio they could find, and there's like, yep.
Sure seems that way. Following its disastrous anime debut, the beginning after the end's creator is breaking their silence. Oh, is he a they, them? Or did you just not know what gender Turtle Me was and didn't bother to look it up? The beginning after the end's manhwa, actually it's a webcomic, an American comic, first American comic, was one of which fans anticipated the most, the announcement of an anime adaptation. Oh, that was a great sentence. But fans' expectations quickly turned into disappointment as the adaptation showcased bad animation quality that only worsened with the release of its second episode. While the animation studio ACAT and Crunchyroll have yet to make an official statement about the causes behind the beginning after the end's animation issues, the series creator...
I think we know what the cause was.
Yeah, they ditched AI when they could have used it, right? The series creator, Turtle Me, has recently referred to the anime for the first time since its release. Given Solo Leveling's incredible adaptation, the beginning after the end had everything had everything to fill the void it left for viewers and become the hit anime. I think it had everything going for it to fill the void for viewers and become the hit anime adaptation of spring 2025. However, the beginning after the end has created controversy with its lack of fluid animation and lackluster character designs.
I don't know why this would be at all even in the same sentence as Solo Leveling.
So I think what they're saying is that Solo Leveling just ended for the anime season, right?
And Solo Leveling was an actual manhwa adaptation.
Right. So they're saying that because Solo Leveling had basically shown oh shit, the first manhwa that is widely accepted as a great anime, and then now people are still hungry for it. The season just ended. Oh, what about this other manhwa that is just
That's not a manhwa.
It's not. Yeah, everybody's an idiot and retarded.
Just because the author's Korean.
Yeah, fucking, they don't know shit, and they don't even know if the author is a they them or not. They just have to assume, right? It's fucking ridiculous. All right, so, however, the beginning after the end has created controversy with its lack of fluid animation and lackluster character design, which has sparked criticism among fans, and was addressed by the series creator in a recent post on the official novel subreddit. Turtle Me, the creator of the beginning after the end, recently broke the silence by sharing a post on the official novel subreddit where he commented, "He now." Screen rant. Is he a he-they? Is that what's going on? Come on, man. Where he commented on the backlash to the anime adaptation. According to TurtleMe, although he is thankful for the massive response from fans who showed their love for the series, the anime adaptation has been a learning experience for him. And despite public opinion about the project, he believes that everyone involved, from Tapas, who's Tapas, to Studio ACAT and Crunchyroll, was working for the sake of the stories, for the series. Quote, with each iteration of T-Bait, where more and more people are involved, comes its own unique set of challenges and intricacies. The anime adaptation has been a huge learning experience. Collaborating in an industry with so many different people across Tapas, Studio ACAT, and Crunchyroll, who all bring their own unique vision of what T-Bait, the anime, could be. At the end of the day, there will always be creative differences in the room, but I really do believe that everyone is coming at it with their best effort and intentions. He said, as they butchered his child, right? TurtleMe recently revealed in an interview that one of the reasons why he chose Studio ACAT to animate the beginning after the end was because they knew and were passionate about the project. With TurtleMe himself being allowed to give his insight into the adaptation, proved as he is credited on the anime's official website as story supervisor. However, in his statement, TurtleMe, well, he's a his now? However, in his statement, TurtleMe shares that he learned that there are always creative differences and there are multiple factors involved in the creation of an anime. Quote, I learned in the anime industry it's very rare for the creator to have a say in deciding the ins and outs when it comes to the inception of an anime. This was a growing point for me since I was so used to having control over everything regarding the beginning after the end. After all, for the novel, I am the one writing it. For the comic, I oversee every single round. When T-Bait was optioned for an anime, I realized there were millions of moving parts before production could even begin. Oftentimes, the best products are an amalgamation of passion, hard work, and luck from a strong and dedicated team. This highlights the fact that even if the author might share his opinion about the direction the story should take in the adaptation, the technical aspects escape from their control and rather rely on aspects like budget, the team resources, and schedule set by the series production committee. The beginning... Holy shit. The beginning after the end fans have been criticizing Studio ACAT and demanding the series be canceled and taken up by another animation studio. However, the author, TurtleMe, has asked the fans for understanding and respect for those involved in the project, saying he doesn't wish for it to be a do-over, but to support it to the end. The contractually obligated end he must see it to, right? Quote, but as with anything you love, whether it's your pet, your story, or even your child, when faced with challenges, you don't wish for it to be gone and have a do-over. Weird phrasing. You support it through difficult times and push it up so that it can become something that you can cherish because of all the trials and tribulations you've overcome together. Whatever feelings you have for the anime, I am thankful for all the people behind the scenes who have given me this opportunity, and I'm thankful for all of you for helping me make this happen in the first place. You've stuck through T-Bait at its highs and lows, and so I ask for your support now. Please continue being the rock that gave T-Bait the time and chance to be where it is today. I'm not asking you to like something you don't, but please be respectful and set an example in the vast ocean that is the internet. I am only human, and not every one of my decisions may play out perfectly, but believe me when I say that I respect you, my fans, for your dedication and support for T-Bait. The beginning after the end's animation sparked controversy because of its lack of character movement and use of transitions, which made viewers compare it to a slideshow presentation. Moreover, the art style with simple shading and character design made fans claim the series to be even worse than Blue Lock Season 2. which at least had a more consistent art style despite the lack of fluid animation during the first part of the series. However, like what happened with Tower of God and other series like Uzumaki, God, what? Aren't those two other series that were heavily handled by Western companies like Crunchyroll, right? Like, didn't they have a big hand in those? That's weird. Why would that be the case?
Uzumaki was Chidami.
Yeah, but that was a Western company like Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll did do Tower of God, though, right? Yeah.
Viz got it event like for distribution, but yeah.
How embarrassing! They didn't even want it after they finished, right? These production issues are often caused when animators have a tight schedule, as they have to cut frames and simplify movement to have fewer corrections and meet deadlines set by the anime committees. Nevertheless, while Turtle Me's statement doesn't give optimism for viewers to see improved animation for the rest of the season, as the story has been faithfully adapted so far, fans should keep supporting the series in hopes of seeing if the best parts of the beginning of the end will be satisfyingly covered in the future. I doubt it. Time to give up. Time to show them who's boss and make them start over, right? Now, I also saw this and this other article about it, and I thought this was fucking insane. Many comments were supportive, yet critical of aspects of Turtle Me's statement, still decrying that a series of T-Bait's popularity and financial success, grossing $500,000 a month on average, would receive such a difficult animated treatment. If you're making $500,000 a month, start your own goddamn studio. Holy shit. That's crazy, right?
It's addedly crazy because, like, I don't know much about the story, but so far the first couple scenes in the show that I've seen seem to be just straight up like a clone of Mushoku Tensei. So, like, for a property that's a clone to be getting so much money from it, it's like, well, let's go create our own Mushoku Tensei clone. Like, holy shit.
Yep. Can you guys catch up on those comments? I'm gonna put these keys have been cutting into my side this whole time. I'm gonna go throw them out there and maybe grab a slice of pretzel crust pizza. Be right back.
Oh my god. I did watch the VOD. I just didn't get the comment. I don't get what that means. The comment. Not sure what you mean. The T-Bait author probably committed the greatest fumble of any author ever. No, I don't think so, but I think, like, no, I don't know. There's probably, like, George R.R. Martin with Game of Thrones, you know, that was pretty bad. Although, like, how much was that his fault? I don't know. I have to say there's bigger fumbles. It's okay. Next time, the #1 VTuber graduate, next time the #1 VTuber graduate, I will catch the segment. Oh, okay. So you're not going to watch the VOD. I thought you watched the VOD. I'm confused. So this is the comment on the last week's podcast VOD. I just didn't get to comment. Oh, I see what you mean. You didn't get to comment alongside the video because you watched the VOD? Okay. Saddest part is his logic makes sense in regards to a smaller studio having priorities. Plenty of studios' first major anime are usually high quality because they have something to prove, but still. Yeah, I don't know about that. Sure, the larger studios might be more, like, obviously if it's a very large studio and you know for a fact they're like overbooked, then yeah, let's not go with them. But if it's a situation where they like get to the point where they can't do your thing anymore, they know that the good people to call and not outsource it to the random scrubs, right? I think the actual first anime based on American comic is the Little Lulu anime from the 70s. Never heard of Little Lulu. I think
how did we miss that one?
I don't know. I like to give her the most credit. I think she was talking about web comic, but she just said comic. I don't know. Question: does the creator have a penis? I think he does. I assume so. It actually would have been a good idea to release T-Bay after Solo Leveling Season 2 if it had been good. But it's not. So it was backfired. Probably. Was Toriyama also involved in the beginning of the end? Oh no. He might be aware of what happened to X-Arm's situation. It had a good manga, but bad anime. Yeah, that anime was terrible. T-Bait is probably still worse than any of these other examples because at least all of those either started good or got better. I don't know about X-Arm. I don't think that ever got better. I look at the manhwa. It's okay. I look at the manhwa. I don't think it's a manhwa, but it's basically an evil king reincarnated to be a good family. True. To comment during the yeah, I figured that one out on my own. Thank you. Japanese animators and creators should be supported directly, like buying the discs from them. I have a feeling that it'd be hard for them to manufacture discs, but that's just my opinion. It is the same as buying CDs from rock bands. I guess, but distribution is complicated.
Buying CDs from rock music bands does not actually support them. You sweet summer child. That supports the record label. The only place where they make money is if you go to the concerts. Usually.
Well, I mean, if it's an indie release, then it would support them, but
going to the
distribution is complicated.
Yes.
I've watched Little Lulu. Apparently we missed one. Little Lulu was the first American comic adapted in the 70s, I think Henry said. Where'd that comic go? Oh no, it was Dylan G. From the 70s. Although when was that Marvel Dracula and
1980
Frankenstein? The 80s? Okay.
1981.
Kyoto Animation tend to go for quantity over quality. They're still milking Maid Dragon.
God, you are just full of it.
They're planning They're planning an anime based on Kiichi Awari, who plagiarized Azu manga Daiwa. Sorry on my pronunciation.
First of all, it's Azumanga Daioh, right? But he's talking about City the Animation, and you're fucking wrong. Quantity over quality. They animated Violet Evergarden.
Yeah, have you seen Violet Evergarden?
Get over yourself.
I think, like, what was the last thing Kyoto did?
They got burned to a crisp.
Yeah, they got burnt down. That didn't help.
Seriously. Quality over quantity is Kyoto Animation.
Ufotable are a great studio that felt Japanese.
You are such a normie.
they also tried to do some tax evasion. XM definitely the worst.
Bring up his comments about supporting Crunchyroll, which nobody here even did, when they're accused of fraud and bullshit. It's like, Ufotable literally had tax evasion, bitch. I'm done with the concern trolling, man.
But Tower of God and Uzumaki had good starts with Blue Lock Season 2. Last episode was actually amazing. Bad ends. Rock bands may sell CDs from concerts. Anime studios could do similar. I want to go to T-Bates concert. You know, maybe he'll be selling some Blu-rays there. The cardboard cutouts on stage, I'm sure, just like, you know, puppet it around. I think he meant buying directly from them at the concert. Yeah. I mean, you could buy them directly. Like, a lot of websites have direct sale CDs too. So, like band websites run, right? The Endless 8 is quantity over quality.
The Endless 8
Kyoto did tax evasion too.
The Endless 8 was necessary. You missed the point of the entire arc if you think it wasn't worth it.
Kyoto did Kyoka. Kyoto only hire women to never be accused of misogyny. Good plan. That's the end of the comments.
Look, if that's what it takes to be able to make big titty anime girl things, I'd be okay with it. Hire women who like big titty anime girls. Oh, that was oh, fuck. Damn it. Somebody scare me. Boo. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry, I just needed to get some food in me before this next topic because I want to now throw up. We plan to continue. Long after its final season, Attack on Titan's producer says the anime isn't done yet. Whoa.
Bitch better hold off on that manifesto.
Who could have seen this coming? So, predictions. If they're going to adapt before the fall, let's have it. Or the Cruel Mistress of the City art style by Range Murata. Yeah, let's go. Get in there, right? Even though Cruel Mistress of the City is kind of useless once you know this is one of those things where if you want to tell me more stories that take place during the fall of the wall, but I already know everything that happens after the fall of the wall, it just like, there's not really a, I don't know. It's just a little difficult to get those going, but I do think that I think I've heard somewhere that Isayama says he would be okay with them doing a new ending to it because he didn't really like his own ending. I disagree. The ending is fantastic. Anyway, when Attack on Titan aired its final episode in 2023, fans around the world braced themselves for an emotional farewell to one of the anime's most iconic sagas. Yes. When I saw the finale in theaters, a girl was bawling in the bathroom when my wife had to go on her way out. With its decade-long run, complex characters, and moral dilemmas wrapped in epic battles, the series cemented itself as a cultural phenomenon. But while the main story has reached its dramatic conclusion, its legacy is far from over. In a recent interview, according to AnimeCorner.me, Attack on Titan producer Tetsuya Kinoshita hinted that this is not the end of the franchise. While the TV anime may have concluded, Kinoshita revealed that the team is planning a slate of new projects, including films, concerts, and gaming collaborations. Wow, it's going to be in Fortnite! Yes! To keep the spirit of Attack on Titan alive. And the films are just going to be like various recuts, right? The announcement opens the door to a big... Fuck, man. if you want to reanimate the shit in season 4 that was full CGI early on, yes, give me that. I would absolutely welcome that. If you want to get rid of Colossal Titan full CG, fuck yeah, let's go. Get on it, bitch. How come you haven't done it yet? You know, if you want to redo the part where they changed it in season 1 so that Mikasa is learning an embroidery technique instead of getting a tattoo, yes, let's go. Get on it, right? There are a few things you could correct. I wholeheartedly agree. The announcement opens the door to a bigger, more immersive experience for fans who want to stay connected to the world of Attack on Titan. So the world of the Titans, rather. Quote, we plan to continue creating films like Last Attack. Films like Last Attack. Last Attack's film is the series cut together without end credits for that. Like, concerts like this one.
So they're going to do 5 movies for season 1 without end credits, opening credits, next episode previews, recaps. Like, do that for the entire season.
If they want to do that,
and if they want to do that, and in the process fix all of your gripes, would you be okay with it?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, I'd be totally okay with that. I just think it's absurd that Screen Rant wrote this article off of one tweet that says, we plan to continue creating films like Last Attack, concerts like this one, and various game collaborations moving forward. Kinishida's comments point towards a multimedia future for the franchise. We plan to... Same thing I just read again. That was released... We plan to continue creating films like Last Attack, he stated, referencing a recent cinematic production that was released and fans loved for its high-quality visuals and emotionally charged moments. These films will not retell the original series, but will expand on its universe. Where do you have that source of information, huh? Exploring side characters, untold histories, or even alternate storylines that enrich the overall lore. I mean, it'd be interesting to reanimate season 1 from the perspective of Reiner and the crew. In addition to films, concerts are set to play a major role in how the franchise evolves, I'm sure. The success of orchestral and multimedia live events has proven the emotional impact of Attack on Titan's music and narrative. These concerts combine live symphonies with projected visuals, creating an immersive, emotionally powerful experience that draws fans into the world of the anime like never before. Kinoshita emphasized the desire to keep building that emotional bridge with fans worldwide. He also mentioned that Attack on Titan will continue to explore gaming collaborations with previous game titles already gaining traction globally. New partnerships like the Fortnite one could offer fans more interactive ways to experience the series' world and characters. Whatever happened to the Spider-Man Attack on Titan crossover comic? Do you guys remember that when we were covering that was going to happen?
Yeah, I think it came out. I don't really remember reading it in I wasn't interested enough to read it, but I think it came out.
Whether it is through console games, mobile apps, or virtual reality experiences, the potential for immersive storytelling through games is vast. These new ventures could introduce original missions, playable characters, and never-before-seen narratives. This approach aligns with a broader strategy to keep Attack on Titan culturally relevant. Collaborations with international artists, game developers, and even fashion brands have been hinted at in the past. These cross-platform expansions show that Attack on Titan is no longer just an anime. It's turning into a global brand.
I can't wait for Gucci to put out the Marley and Aaron bands.
As Kinoshida's word suggests, the story may have ended, but its influence is still evolving, and the franchise plans to keep forging ahead into new creative territories. Though the original anime concluded definitely, the possibility of future Attack on Titan anime projects is not off the table. Kinoshida's emphasis on storytelling expansion has fans speculating about prequels, spin-offs, or alternate timeline series. The source material... I mean, give me Attack on Titan Junior High Season 2! God damn it! The The source material offers plenty of untapped stories from the early Titan Wars to deeper dives into lesser-known characters' backstories like Hanji that could form the basis of an entirely new anime series. I mean, I guess you're right.
Can you imagine, like, just for a minute, like, can you imagine, like, Attack on Titan Junior High, the rumbling? Like,
Reese, can we cool it on the like ASMR sound effects?
Just make them a lot sexier. Though the with anime studios increasingly revisiting popular universes, the demand for more Attack on Titan content could lead to a creative anime revival. But then, thanks for saying the same fucking thing twice. While nothing has been officially announced, Kinoshida's openness to continued storytelling hints at potential. If fan interest remains high and the right creative vision emerges, it's not hard to imagine the franchise is returning in a fresh anime form, possibly sooner than expected.
Look, you're giving this guy crap. He's paid by the word, so it's like he's really trying to stretch that.
Seriously.
Paycheck.
Even with its original run complete, Attack on Titan is being carefully shaped into a long-term legacy brand. The team behind the anime and entire franchise understands the emotional investment fans have made, and they are aiming to honor that by delivering quality experiences across multiple formats, from concerts and films to potential news stories. The goal is not just to preserve the franchise, but to evolve it. For longtime fans, this approach is both comforting and exciting, while also being a little bit terrifying. Attack on Titan was a near-perfect anime, and the fear that dragging it on will ruin the core story is a valid one. But while the story of Eren Mikasa and the world beyond the walls might have concluded, the spirit of Attack on Titan remains alive. As Kinoshita suggests, the final episode was not an end. It was the start of something new. Yeah, I don't know about that. I do think there are more stories that could be told in the universe. I think Isayama, who is quite good at writing stories with limited information provided so far that still feel rich and fulfilling, right? As in season 1, season 2, season 3. I think he could do it. I think he could continue to show that there's still more, that our perception of reality within the universe of Attack on Titan hasn't quite, exhausted yet. I just think that the characters involved are going to start to get further and further away from where we originated, right? But I think it could be interesting. I also think it could be absolute dog shit cash grab, just like Dragon Ball became. So, any other thoughts?
Yeah. No.
Mukbang timestamp at 5:14. It was 11 minutes ago. Oh, there's nothing else. Okay, cool. I guess it was just new to me, not new to you guys. Okay, anyway, cool. Let's move past this and get into games news.
Holy shit. Are my eyes deceiving me?
What?
No, there's a small section of games news.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Did Footnum pass out?
Yep. You know what this means.
Yeah, he muted himself, so.
Yeah. You know what this means, right?
I'm excited. I'm ready.
How Sony schmoo squares off to get Final Fantasy on PlayStation? I feel like I pulled that off. Whew. Okay. Gaming industry veteran Shuhei Yoshida recently talked about his time at Sony and how his former boss schmoozed Squaresoft to get Final Fantasy and all their franchises from Nintendo to PlayStation. The former PlayStation boss had quite a lot to share in the interview, but one part in particular caught some attention on how Sony managed to nab the JRPG giants. Our team, my boss, was a schmoozer. He'd come from Sony Music. He hung out a lot with the executives from Squaresoft, throwing parties at his apartment. Eventually, we were able to get Squaresoft to commit to the PlayStation. They brought all of their franchises from Nintendo to the PlayStation. Enix, at the time, Enix, at the time it was a separate company, saw them move to the PlayStation and decided to bring over Dragon Quest as well. They always wanted to release a Dragon Quest on the console with the largest installed base. So there you go. That's how they did it. They schmoozed. One more time. All right, great. Oh no! The baby! Retroactive baby. Ooh, that was close. All right. Oh, that felt wonderful. Steam Hearts and Advanced Variable Geo Saturn Tribute Xbox version canceled due to censorship.
Oh no! Why can't we have nice things?
City Connection has announced that the Xbox One version of Steam Hearts and Advanced Variable Geo Saturn Tribute has been canceled due to Xbox's demand for more censorship that would require significant alterations to the original game.
What about Xbox Series S and X?
What do you think? Guess. Why don't you take a fucking guess?
I don't know. Why would they say Xbox One? That's like totally last generation.
Yeah, City Connect issued a statement on why the Xbox version of Steam Hearts and Advanced Variable Geo Saturn Tribute had to be canceled. Quote, "We regret to inform you that the Xbox One versions of Steam Hearts and..." God, how many times am I going to fucking read that? "Originally scheduled for release on Thursday, May 29th, have been canceled." That ain't fucking far away. It's like a month's notice. "As a revival of titles containing mature content, we aim to deliver a consistent multi-platform gaming experience. Throughout development, we made adjustments to comply with each platform's guidelines. However, we ultimately recognized that the Xbox version would require significant alterations to its content, which led to this difficult decision. We sincerely apologize to those who eagerly awaited the Xbox release. Our company remains committed to bringing games to all platforms, including Xbox in the future. Thank you for understanding." Wow, that was lame. Guess what? Trails in the Sky remake confirms a new English localization and promises an authentic experience that honors the original Japanese text. All right. So, every so often, a bit of welcome news peeks through the absolute shitstorm that is English to Japanese media translation. I think you mean Japanese to English media. And in the latest case of this rare phenomenon, it has been confirmed that the long-awaited Trails in the Sky first chapter remake releasing in Western markets with a brand new and far more faithful localization. The first official and eponymous entry into the Trails subseries of Nihon Falcom's The Legend of Heroes turn-based RPG franchise, Trails in the Sky, introduces players to the fictional country of Liberal, great name, and puts them in the shoes of Estelle and Joshua Bright, adopted siblings who, in seeking to become a part of the kingdom's peacekeeping forces, uncover a secret plot filled with betrayal, lies, and secret societies that stands to tear the entire society into chaos. Debuting in Japan in 2004, the game would eventually be licensed for an English-language release by U.S. publisher Xseed Games in 2010, but would ultimately not hit either North America or Europe until 2011, due to not only the absolutely massive task of localizing its reportedly 1.5 million Japanese character-long script, but also the company's decision to assign the job to an jaw-droppingly small team consisting of just one lead localizer and a temporary support roster of one editor and 3 translators. "It's long," said lead Xseed localizer Jessica Chavez of her work on the game. "It's so long that many companies have avoided localizing it for years. The body count has always been off-putting for some reason." Do you mean the count of the characters in the body of the text? Because that's a fucking weird way to phrase that, right? Like, conflicting reports put the total game text at 1.5 million Japanese characters. But all I know for certain is that I worked from home 11 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, lost 7 pounds, cut off 18 inches of my hair, and used the Xseed Twitter account to further the cause of bacon on more than one occasion. Sounds like you didn't get a lot of those, work done.
All of those are pluses, no?
What? Losing weight and furthering the cause of bacon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the downside?
The working 11 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, maybe?
Oh. But bacon.
Yeah.
But bacon, man.
Sounds like a fair trade, if you ask me. In the end, we had to employ a total of 3 translators, 1.25 editors. I hate this person already. Myself and Tom had to jump in the last month to help me finish chapter 4.
How many midgets are they hiring?
Yeah, I was going to say Tom from MySpace. Like, who's this cut Tom character? And one or two other helpful Soranoki Seki, which literally translates to Trails in the Sky, experts that didn't mind spontaneous instant messages asking about whether or not certain characters would be at home saying things like, "Lo, I am hoist with my own petard." This article is supposed to give me confidence in the localization. I believe all the translators survived mostly intact, and Tom reports cheerfully from my left as I type this that he sort of misses tits. I also miss tits. Is that Trails in the Sky? Tits. Worth picking up for that that acronym alone. And also thinks he has Stockholm Syndrome. Our manager, on the other hand, does this kind of thing all the time and just laughs at our weakness. As a result, the original English script for The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, while admirably done and commendable in its accomplishment. Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. So they're getting into the part where they say, was a piece of dog shit and is getting redone. Got it. And while admirably done and commendable in its accomplishment, reeked of rushed deadlines and personal touches, all of which ultimately resulted in the localization receiving a less than favorable reception from the series fan base. Thankfully, for those disappointed fans, alongside a rebuilding in Nihon Fulcrum's proprietary Trails Through Daybreak engine, as originally developed in 2022 for use with the 11th mainline Trails series game, from which it takes its name, the ability to switch between a new real-time combat system and a more traditional turn-based one, and the addition of voice acting, the upcoming Trails in the Sky First Chapter remake will also see the game's North American publisher, Gung Ho Online Entertainment America, going the extra mile and commissioning a brand new, supposedly more accurate localization. Teasing the game's contents in an April 15th press release announcing the opening of the game's pre-order window, the publisher revealed, quote, Trails in the Sky First Chapter features a new localization, ensuring an authentic and engaging experience that honors the original Japanese text. Fans can look forward to experiencing classic moments with dialogue that captures both the heart and charm of the Trails series in English, German, French, and Spanish. For those who prefer the Japanese audio, a Japanese voice option will also be available, giving players the freedom to choose how they want to experience the game. For both longtime fans, I just assume normally when you play any game that has an English, option in recent time, that you always have the option to choose. Oh yeah, I'll play the Japanese. That's always been a thing, right? Let's not treat it like it's a feature when it's expected. For both longtime fans of the series and those looking to finally take the dive into its admittedly intimidating canon, Trails in the Sky First Chapter is set to release for the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, and PC platforms via Steam sometime later this fall. As noted by, Gung Ho Online Entertainment America, I'm going to guess on that. Pre-orders for the game's physical standard edition are $60 USD, and they're now live at most major retailers, while the digital Steam release is set to go live as soon as it launches. Meanwhile, Trails in the Sky First Chapter will also be receiving a yet-to-be-detailed collector's edition from Limited Run Games, who longtime readers of Bounding into Comics may best know as the boutique video game publisher that fired a community manager in response to pearl-clutching outrage over her following of right-wing media figures on social media. Wow. I don't know how this... I've got whiplash. Like, what the fuck? Getting past that. Holy goddamn. Any comments? I heard the Trails of game were really good. I'm sure they are. Sorry, I was talking about the original... Yes, thank you. The original tits localization. All right. So, Japanese court gives seller of modified Nintendo Switch system suspended 2-year prison sentence. You will own nothing and be in prison, right? You can't even mod your own games. The case is Japan's first arrest and conviction for selling Switch with unauthorized modifications. With less than 2 months to go until its release, the Nintendo Switch 2 has the global gaming community buzzing right now. That doesn't mean the Switch 1 has become a relic of the past, though. As a matter of fact, the original Switch is back in the news in Japan right now. Though, unfortunately, not because of a cool new software release or final edition hardware bundle, but because of the first criminal conviction in Japan for selling unauthorized modified Switch units. On April 14th, the Kochi District Court handed down its verdict in the case of Fumihiro Otobe. Otobe, a 58-year-old worker in the shipping/transportation industry, was arrested in January on charges of trademark infringement stemming from his sales of modified Switch consoles through an online flea market/secondhand goods app. It's worth pointing out that the specific modifications Otobe performed allowed the system to play pirated software, and while that may not land a person in particularly hot water in some other countries, it's something that the authorities are less likely to turn a blind eye to in Japan. To illustrate how seriously the matter was taken, the specific sales for which Otobe got in trouble took place all the way back in March of 2024, 10 months prior to his arrest. And while you'd be correct in assuming that he stood trial in Kochi District Court because he was arrested by the Kochi Prefectural Police, Otobe himself is actually a resident of Ibaraki Prefecture, more than halfway across the country from Kochi. Damn. It's unclear if the arrest was made by the Kochi police because they were the first to notice that Otobe was selling or because a modified Switch was purchased by a Kochi resident. Either way, it underscores the long reach of the law regarding such activity in Japan, and as further proof that the Japanese legal system doesn't take kindly to such activity, Otobe wasn't just ordered to pay a 500,000 yen or $3,355 US fine. The presiding judge also slapped a 2-year prison sentence onto his punishment for good measure. That part of the sentence is being suspended for 3 years. However, meaning that Otobe can avoid incarceration if he remains on good legal standing for that period of time. So just like we saw with selling modified Pokemon and Zelda save data, it turns out selling modified Switch hardware in Japan is a bad idea and can come back to bite the seller long after they complete the transaction. So this makes me think of something, actually. So first of all, we're going to go on to talk about a hacked Pokemon possible thing in a minute. But when I was a kid, I think it was Pokemon. It might have been like a Dragon Quest game. I don't remember. There was a sweepstakes in I don't think it was Pokemon. It was a game my brother played on Game Boy that nobody else really played. There was a sweepstakes in like Game Informer or Nintendo Power or something. And my brother, I'm pretty sure, is the only person who entered. And so he won. And he had to ship them his cartridge. And then they like modded it and sent it back. So he has a cartridge, a Game Boy cartridge with like a special item in it or something that you didn't get elsewhere. Like you couldn't get it. It's the only way to get it was through the sweepstakes. And now I'm thinking about it like did Game Informer just break the law? Is my brother a felon? You know, like
that'd be one hell of a rare piece of, you know, where is it?
Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah, well, I'm sure he still has it, but here's the problem: is that the battery inside of a fucking a game like that is long gone. You have
The Nintendo did that themselves, right? That's how the Mew distribution happened for Pokemon. So,
speaking of which, boom.
I do want to say that before we move on, that I would be curious if that guy actually was also selling ROMs or helping people get ROMs.
Yeah, because if you're modding it to jailbreak it and just have it play games that you download illegally, yeah, I understand why they would want to crack down on that. But if you're just modding it because, like fucking pro action replay codes or whatever, like I think it's bullshit. You should be able to do shit.
Yeah. Increase the internal storage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think like if you were in America, you could modify, I think, the console perfectly fine. I should take that back. I'm not positive if you can modify the console for another person, but you can modify your own console. I'm fairly sure about.
So the problem is just the selling it, or you're talking about in America versus in Japan?
I'm talking about in America. I think there might be an issue with selling the service of modifying stuff.
It'd be interesting if Pecora is about to say, "Wait, I did it myself."
But modifying a console yourself is, I'm more confident. I'm like 90% sure that's fine. But if you're modifying a console, the odds are people aren't going to go after you. But if you're selling the ROMs with or if you're like loading the ROMs on the console when you sell like if you're like, oh, I sell modded software, like modding services, send me your Switch, I'll mod it for you. And then you send the person your Switch, and then you get it back, and it's got loaded games on it. Then we have a problem, right? That's where we've crossed the line. So I wonder if that guy was also doing that, and maybe that's why he got targeted, and maybe it wasn't just because he was selling a hacked Switch. I don't know.
Cool. All right. So, I've lost that page. Okay. Nintendo gets popular VTuber stream delisted because she maybe played a hacked Pokemon cartridge. Let us increase the quality of this with audio. You break Nintendo's rules, you pay, even if you're a bunny. What a terrible fucking byline. Are you serious? Should have said like silly rabbit. I don't know. Like he could have come up with something else. Damn.
Something Easter thing, maybe.
Yeah. Also, why are we covering this? Just a reminder. Full screen me, bitch. Because Pecora was also part of the Dodger thing. Yeah. Kill two birds with one stone with this article.
Full circle.
We need to get that hat trick in there. Who's the other one?
Hoshimachi Suisei.
Probably news about that one too, but we missed.
Yep. In other news, patron saint of VTubers who hasn't gotten in trouble, Hoshimachi Suisei, right? Okay. Usada Pecora is one of the biggest VTubers in the world, but even she can't withstand the might of Nintendo. According to a report from Automaton, Nintendo recently contacted Cover Corporation, owner of the VTuber talent agency Hololive Japan, over concerns Pecora may have used a hacked Pokemon Emerald cartridge during a March 29th broadcast, as modifying video game saves can be a serious crime in Japan and Nintendo streaming guidelines reserve the company's right to object to any content that we believe is unlawful, Cover decided the best course of action would be to take down the stream archive and issue an apology on April 9th. How fucking embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. Also, this says April 8th, but I think they mean April 9th in Japan because they're a day ahead.
This is the real reason Gawr Gura left.
Oh, shit, he's alive.
Okay, but what the hell happened? I can almost hear you all asking your computer screen. Let's get into it. The offending broadcast involved Pecora buying and investigating a bunch of used Pokemon Emerald cartridges in the hopes of finding one that contained a super rare item known as the Old Sea Map. The item, which provides access to a special area of the game wherein the player can track down and catch Mew, was distributed in 2005 at a handful of live events throughout Japan and as a gift for purchasing a ticket to the movie Lucario and the Mystery of Mew in Taiwan. During the stream, Pecora kept a running tally of the number of carts she checked, and wouldn't you know it, the save on 22 had an Old Sea Map in its inventory. You guys ready for the screaming? All right, so if you couldn't figure out what's happening there, she first of all,
I like the part where she said Mew.
Yeah. So what's happening here is that she was looking through the carts, the items in the inventory, and saw that it had the map, and then she checked to see if the Pokedex showed that Mew had already been caught or whatever, and it had turned out that it had the map and also didn't have Mew. So she gets to find Mew. So she finds Lucario, Ho-Oh, and then she goes. Anyway. So the thing is that her quest, what she's trying to do with these streams, is she's actually not only trying to find Mew from these super rare cartridges, she's trying to find a shiny Mew. Good
oh, God.
All right. So that's the shiny Mew, the bluish one. Someone attended an event in Japan 20 years ago, got the Old Sea Map for some reason, never used it to acquire Mew, and Pecora was lucky enough to find this mystery person's copy of Pokemon Emerald without having to dig through hundreds of cartridges. Pecora's fans saw this as merely a stroke of luck, but others pointed out how odd it was. All of the unlikely events managed to line up for a perfect stream moment. Her supposedly outsized good fortune, combined with some apparent irregularities in the item's in-game text, led some viewers to believe the Old Sea Map may have been hacked into the game rather than obtained legitimately. Pecora addressed the growing controversy on April 3rd. She explained the situation to viewers as a gray zone and announced she was going to continue her hunt for a shiny Mew, which, after finding the Old Sea Map, was the ultimate goal of her Pokemon Emerald stream.
色違いミューについて申し訳ないんですけど、結論
I'm sorry. What?
色違いミュー
Irochi. I was going to say, man, I almost fucking lost it. I'm like, do they call the shinies in Japan Orochi? No. Like, is that what that word fucking means? No, Irochi. Iro meaning color.
について申し訳ないんですけど、結論から言います。 もうグレーもうわからないかな
Anyway, I don't know if I can get. I haven't tested upload. At least I hope I don't get hit by that music. There's suspicions that the ROM has been modified. Pecora said in the video. Pecora doesn't want to do it if it's fake too. I won't do it. So I put the Mew stream on pause. Who is right? I don't know anymore. It's honestly too suspicious, so I don't know. It will be meaningless if it's fake, so I just won't do it. That's the decision I ended up with. I apologize for causing a fuss over this. I'm really sorry I won't be catching Mew anymore. Damn, poor girl. In its apology letter, Cover promised to be more cautious as well as educate staff and talent to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Really? Really? Where was this apology when all of your VTubers were saying the N-word while playing GTA 5? Did you educate them on the subjugation of black people, and the history of the term? Neither Cover nor Nintendo have confirmed whether or not the cartridge was actually hacked.
So something she could try and do, if I remember correctly, back when I used Action Replay to hack my Diamond and Pearl stuff.
Shut up! We're gonna get it taken down.
Back when I had a sketchy cartridge of unknown origin for Diamond and Pearl, I tried importing all the Pokemon as you would, and it would refuse to import the ones that were at least overtly hacked, the ones that are like shiny level 100 and all this crap. So she could try importing the Mew into a newer version, and if it disallows it, then 100%, yeah, it's fake.
No, but, that wouldn't work.
I want to say the
sure?
Automaton article
100%
had something else in it.
So is it because it would go to Emeralds, from Emerald to like Diamond Pearl, it wouldn't have been able to trace the sketchiness? Is
no,
that why?
It doesn't have it. Well, the issue is that if you, and you could do this in Diamond and Pearl too, even if you had Action Replay or Sketchy Safe, if you hacked in the item that allowed you to get the mystery gift item or the mystery gift Pokemon or whatever, then that Pokemon is legit. And
oh damn!
Like,
so you
Pokemon
can't tell, and then it's cool.
With the exception of Azura Flute, because so Azura Flute, for people who don't know, is the item that allows you to get Arceus in Diamond and Pearl. Yeah. However, Nintendo never actually gave that out. It is impossible to get that item. It's in the game's data, but it's impossible to get the item legitimately. So anyone who got Arceus using a hacked in item, they're 100% all, they're real Pokemon. They're the Pokemon that were in the game and meant to be captured, but they were all obtained through an Action Replay giving you the item. Whereas every other Pokemon in that game that you can get, like Darkrai and stuff, if you hack in the item, you can go get that Pokemon, and it will look legitimate to like Pokemon home servers and all that stuff. They literally can't tell the difference.
Well, actually, what you do is you walk on anything cheat, and then you go to the island manually. You don't even need the item.
That's what I was gonna say. You don't need it. You can walk.
As long as you know where it is.
Walls.
Yeah.
However, they got rid of that in Platinum. In Platinum, you need the item still. But in Diamond and Pearl, the Pokemon are always spawned in, so you can just walk to the area. However, if the key thing that it uses to know if it's like the real Pokemon is where it's caught and stuff. So that's kind of how they keep track of it, and also the depending on the Pokemon, the player ID. If it's a gift Pokemon, they could look at the player ID as well. So in this case, for her, if someone hacked in the item to go get the what was the item that they needed to go get?
The old C-map.
Yeah. If someone hacked in the C-map, then no one could tell if that was a real, unless it was a situation like a Zerflute where they would never gave out this item and it was just in the game data, then it's obviously hacked. Yeah, so if it did exist, then anyone could hack it in with an action replay or something and give it to themselves, and you would never be able to tell if it was hacked or if it was legitimate.
So the thing I was looking for, she says it here. She says that where the mystery gift is. And she says there is a new ticket card, right? At the end of the ticket, quote, before getting the ticket, do not throw this card away. This card is written on Pecora's cartridges. There is suspicion that the ROM has been modified, meaning the internal one on the cartridge. The suspicion is that this card is not written on the real thing. Before I'm 100% sure, Pecora doesn't want to do it if it's fake, too. I won't do it. So this is what they kind of left out in the article. But she's saying basically, as far as I understand, I don't fucking play Pokemon, I don't know. But she's basically saying that it seems like the cartridge came with something that lends her to think that it's real, but it doesn't prove that it's real. And so until she knows for sure, she's going to still stop with the challenge.
So there's multiple things here. When she's saying like the ROM, if she's playing an actual cartridge, right? The ROM implies that if someone changed the ROM, that implies the whole board is fake. So like the circuit board would have like a screen printing on it with like serial numbers and people, and there are countless fake Pokemon cards games, especially Game Boy Advance games out there. So if it's fake, like it could be just fake. Although I don't know why that would. Like Nintendo's not going to care. The fakes are like no one's going to fake a game and be like, oh yeah, this fake version of the game has an encounter rate of Mew of 100. Like no one's changing the ROM data.
Right.
They're just dumping the ROM on a cartridge and trying to sell it.
This could be her trying to explain what Cover Corp said to her when they said, we will make her more educated. We'll educate our staff and talent to prevent a similar occurrence, right?
Yeah. And the whole thing is like, if it was a situation of someone hacked in the item, right? The only way, there's no, on a legitimate cart, if they hacked in the item, there's literally no way to tell unless they did something stupid, like have a bunch of other hacked Pokemon on the cart. You know, like if you load up the cart, save, and it's like, oh, look at this level 100 Mew, and it was caught in Pallet Town or whatever, right? Like because it keeps track of where it was caught. So if it's caught in like the opening area, and then you're like, oh, okay, well this was a hacked in Pokemon. This person clearly had access to a Game Shark, or an action replay, so they could have hacked in the item. But if it's beyond something stupid like that, there's no way to know other than like for Ruby and Sapphire. I don't know how they distributed the old map or whatever. I never got that item in any of the games I played. But for Ruby and Sapphire, they did a distribution called the Eon ticket. And it was a special card that you needed the Nintendo e-reader accessory in order to use, and that was like the card scanner thing that you could plug into your system, and you had to be you had to buy a Nintendo Power magazine that came with the card. And so if you wanted to be like, well, we don't know if it's a real Eon ticket or not, well, okay, here's the Eon, like someone could produce the Eon ticket, right? Like, you know, but not a lot of, most distributions were not like, you can take this distribution home. So I don't know.
It might be interesting if she was able to like show, you know, the marketplace listing, and the marketplace listing doesn't mention anything about it having, you know, that's not the selling point of it. Like somebody just had it and sold it. I don't know.
But like, why would they ever, like, If I have a save file from Ruby and Sapphire that happens to have the Eon ticket unlocked, I'm not going to mention like, oh, rare, like a scummy eBay seller might say that to try and get more money, but like, I'm not going to be like, oh, my save file actually has a rare Eon ticket on it, and like, I'm just going to say here's a Ruby and Sapphire, right?
And Emerald, those batteries in there would probably still have the save data from the original minting or whatever, right?
It depends, but actually, I don't think Emerald has a battery actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It does have a battery, but it's for a clock. It's not for the save data. The save data is written to flash memory.
Oh, cool.
So the battery can die, and then the only consequence, like you'll still have your save data. The only consequence is it'll be like in-game or like stuff that's based on the clock won't work.
Interesting.
You know what? That's true. That happened when I popped them open like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
So Seb says for the Eon ticket in the US, you can grab the barcode online and use it with the e-reader, but it doesn't work in Europe.
So just so you know, the battery for the Game Boy, like Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold and Silver, and Crystal, all of the Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, those ones do rely on the battery for the save.
Right. Which are the ones that I had. That's why I would know. Yeah.
For those ones, if the battery dies, your save's fucked.
So Seb says the clock is for the Mirage Island and the lottery, if I recall correctly. Cool. All right, Reese, are you ready to do right stuff?
I am.
Do you want me to let you, or should I do it?
I have it all queued up and ready to go.
Okay.
So, previously, this Hell's Paradise Season 1 Limited Edition was an Amazon exclusive. So, and
where's Season 2 at?
It starts airing next January.
Holy fuck.
So here it is on Crunchyroll.
Wait, so this already got sold.
Yeah, you have it.
I'm pretty sure.
I was gonna say, right? Like because here I am almost buying it again right now.
This
wait a minute.
Yeah, this was an Amazon exclusive. Now Crunchyroll store has it. Similarly, My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission Steelbook was a Best Buy exclusive. Now it's on Crunchyroll as well.
Oh God! Yeah, this is the third movie. This movie.
Yep, this is the third one.
Sucked.
Anyway, Crunchyroll's July slate. So we have Aaliyah Sometimes Hides Her Feelings in Russian, Season 1.
No Russian track?
Good question. Probably not. English and Japanese.
And no subtitles for the Russian? That's the most annoying thing.
And LE. So they're starting to do LE's Blu-ray only with just a handful of art cards. I'm going to leave this one up.
Looks like Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai, kinda. I don't know, the vibe of the box.
Yeah.
A little bit. Wow. Nice hip. You ever seen a girl do this?
No, only anime girls.
I can't even get my arm up there comfortably.
I've seen a weeb do that.
That's fucking weird.
I'm going to leave this one up for a second. Next up, we have Monster, the complete season. So,
very inspiring side shot.
I mean, there's some side boob and under boob. Side under
That's the only redeeming quality. It just seems kind of weird.
Every part of the boob except for
except the important part.
At the front, yeah.
So here's an LE also.
Looks much better. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, and you wanted the side boob.
So they're also on the back.
Oh. Yeah.
It's telling you need to
This is the cheapest LE I've ever seen. Adds to cart.
So the reason I'm keeping this one up here is
it's cheap because Reese has a
special. So art box, 3 art cards, 2 discs. Retail price $74.98. Right? 3 art cards, art box, 2 discs, retail price $79.98. What's the difference? It doesn't say anything about what the difference is. Why it's
maybe one has foil than the other
I'm
one.
thinking, yeah, this one's probably got foil, but I don't know why that would make it have to be like
that
$5
much
more. You know, because other art, the LEs have foil and they're still the same price as other LEs.
True. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that is foil. Where's Free Ren? Come on, give us the footage for Free Ren.
Amen. And then we have Solo Leveling Season 1.
Okay, the standard. You know what this reminds me of?
Anime classics.
Anime classics. Yeah.
Yes. Fucking terrible.
And then the LE, which looks kind of cool, but also spoilery.
Good thing I don't know what that spoiler is. I'm just in here saying I can't wait till season 2 has a smaller limited edition.
Or no limited
messes
edition at
everything
all.
up. That too.
But it will definitely have a limited edition considering how freaking huge season 2 was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, we didn't get our season 3 of freaking Dr. Stone.
Yeah. And then speaking of ACAT from like 2 hours ago, the strongest magician in the Demon's Lord's army was a human. I think this is the one that had the you showed the clip with the goblins.
Oh no. I just bought this. Fuck.
No! Also, this looks a lot like the same the cover they used for the Undead Unwanted Adventurer.
Yeah. Hey, Reese.
Yeah.
Can I ask you to include this after your Sentai tab in private chat?
All right. Let me go back. No, go back. There.
Just when you get there.
Yeah, hold on, let me grab it.
Open this.
Let me grab it real quick. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay.
I meant to include it, but I forgot to.
Okay. Yeah, we can go back to you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, season 3, part 1.
So, did they only do a steelbook for the first season of this show?
Yeah.
Fuck! Cocked again.
So far. In a year or two, who knows?
They haven't done a complete release for season 2 yet, so. But I think they.
So you're telling me there's hope.
There might be a chance, but they haven't done any like complete releases in a long time. So
yeah,
they need to go back to complete releases. This whole like part 1, part 2 thing is so annoying.
Yeah. So Romeo's Blue Sky has been delayed a month to July 15th, and that's also been put up on Crunchyroll. I think we covered it on Media OCD when it went up over there.
Yeah, the live stream.
Yeah. And then Call of the Night Season 1 Limited Edition Premium with a foot on the spine.
2 feet.
It's a shame it's a goddamn clamshell.
Right?
Oh, yeah, 2 feet. Yeah. So,
It is? Wait, what? No! Oh, did they learn nothing from Umaru-chan?
No, it's not a new Umaru-chan. It's like Revu Starlight.
Okay.
Yeah, see,
as long as you don't take it out of the shrink wrap, it looks great.
Like, it's not as horrible, but like the thing is, it's going to be taller than like your normal stuff, so it's just going to stick out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's got this lip here, so it's even taller than what it would normally be.
Not to mention, like you do want to keep it in the shrink wrap, otherwise, like if you try and put your own sleeve on it, it's a pain in the ass to grab the discs instead of just being able to tilt them out like a normal one.
So, And it also comes with a booklet and a standee with AC's favorite angle.
Yeah, the weird, like, boobs
Boob
as
window.
far away as the girl has her eyes from fucking Little Mermaid live action. These are the pointy boob weirdness I was talking about. They're little mosquito bites on opposite ends of the chest. I don't have a problem with small boobs, but I have a problem with small boobs worn in outfits designed to display cleavage you don't have. That's just fucking weird.
And a sticker and a certificate of authenticity, but also it all glows in the dark.
Wow.
So
I don't think anyone's going to want to use a black light on this set.
You know what doesn't really glow in the dark very well is the fucking title on the spine. Kind of overpowered by the fucking moon or whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
But speaking of glow in the dark,
right, that'd be a good segue to the off topic.
Paste. Go.
Walmart has.
Look, what did I just do?
You moved it off the window?
God damn it. Paste. Go.
You could just hit paste and go.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to move it over.
I hear you. Yeah, so the glow in the dark slip covers are back, and I couldn't help but notice that Live, Die, Repeat / Edge of Tomorrow is one of them. They look like shit, but I don't actually have Edge of Tomorrow on Blu-ray yet.
Oh, Godzilla Minus One on DVD. Wow.
So I might go get it.
Jurassic
Pokemon
World.
the 3-movie collection.
I have that. I have the steelbook though.
Yeah, Pokemon glow in the dark. Wow.
No, Pokemon's just regular.
Yeah, Pokemon's just regular. But
really annoyed it doesn't have Pikachu's adventure and all that.
Yeah, the shorts, the episodes.
Pikachu's Vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Australian version has it. And
But I'm not in Australia for them.
God damn it.
And not everybody has a region-free player or wants to shell it out just for
Says the guy with the region player in your laptop.
You have to, I can only swap it like 5 times.
You use other ways. Don't you already rip like all of the things you watch anyway on your Blu-ray?
Yeah, sometimes. Anyway, moving on. So this is just a reminder that Momokyun's Sword got pushed to July because Sentai has put out the July slate, and you'll notice that it is kind of also small. Like we had this should have been first before Call of the Night. That's on me. Yeah. This is also a re-release. The Perfect Insider is also a re-release.
God, I almost thought I already owned this because I do. And it's an LE even.
Still sub only.
It is.
Great job. Fucking amazing Sentai.
The World God Only Knows Ultimate Collection getting re-released.
Well, I guess that's nice.
I am excited for
one fucking desk or whatever, one thing.
No, there's already an Ultimate Collection. I have it. This is a re-release, but it's nice for the people that don't have it.
Yeah, it's been out of print for a while. I saw people complain about. And then Plus Size Elf.
Wow. This disgusts me.
You might ask yourself, why is it so cheap? Because the episodes are short, apparently.
14 episodes?
Is it the fully uncensored one that I don't want to see?
I would imagine, yeah.
Gross.
You want it censored?
Disgusting, atrocious, ugly. I'll buy it.
Disgusting, atrocious, ugly. Sold.
Oh, it doesn't come out till after Anime Expo. Here we go. Do you guys want to talk about the thing we skipped last podcast? The long, ugly history between Disney and Studio Ghibli?
Sure.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Cool. Because otherwise this episode is going to end soon. And that's fine. I am tired as shit right now. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry. I saw something on my other window I didn't think I meant to have, but I do. Anyway. All right. So the long and ugly history between Disney and Studio Ghibli. Disney's directors have long admired Ghibli's movies, but the company never gave them their due. So obviously you guys already know the story. We're going to recap it here, but you already know the story about no cuts. Well,
yep.
Hopefully we're going to get a really good... Is mayonnaise an instrument? Mustard is. I don't understand this.
Isn't that something like Patrick says in SpongeBob at one point? I don't know.
I got to find out what that is. The podcast or the show? Oh, the anti-Russian discrimination. Yeah, that's the part about them not dubbing Aaliyah hides her real feelings in Russian in Russian. Almost, yeah, the ones in the Walmart thing, right? Yeah, the sun faded glow in the dark thing. Yeah, okay. So May 25th to 30th is Studio Ghibli Week at Polygon. Oh, great. To celebrate the arrival of the Japanese Animation House's library on digital and streaming services, we're surveying the studio's history, impact, and biggest themes. Great. Wow. Okay. Skipping that part. Even though I already read it all. Studio Ghibli's legacy can be best summed up in a story that's become legend. Hayao Miyazaki's visceral masterpiece, Princess Mononoke, was scheduled for an unusually wide release in the United States. The Walt Disney Company had the release rights. Just as its animation studio was reaching creative and financial highs with the Disney Renaissance, Ghibli should have been rejoicing. The Japanese studio had inspired legions of ardent admirers in other countries, and its creators wanted to break through to a larger audience. But producer Harvey Weinstein felt Princess Mononoke should be edited down for Western audiences. In America, animation was for families, and families might not want to sit through a 2-hour epic. Miyazaki's producer Toshio Suzuki, in response, presented Weinstein with a samurai sword and a note: no cuts. You know, I saw a message recently. Hello. How you doing?
We all took a nap.
Oh. I can't wait to join you in the nap having taken club.
Do you want pizza? I woke everybody up.
You totally could give me a pizza. I already had 2 slices, but I would definitely have more.
Oh,
only 2 slices left.
Oh, you made pre-made pizza.
Oh. Get out of here, dog. Go.
All right, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, thank you. Love you. Appreciate that.
Well, that concludes our slice of life segment.
Yep. So I saw a post recently that had just, like women that are in movies right now, and it just said, say what you will about the Me Too movement, but this shit would have never happened under Harvey Weinstein. And it just had a bunch of women who are less than 10s in the thing. Miyazaki won that battle, an impressive feat considering Weinstein's propensity for ordering sweeping cuts to the films he released through Miramax. He was known as Harvey Scissorhands for a reason. I thought it was because he would scissor you with his hands. Right in the coochie. But Suzuki's power play worked, reflecting Ghibli's ability to stand up to an even larger giant. For just over 15 years, Studio Ghibli's films were licensed for American release by Disney to middling financial success. The problem was never with Studio Ghibli. Some of its best films were made during this period. The problem was that, as a corporate benefactor, the House of Mouse never understood what made Studio Ghibli special. Princess Mononoke didn't get trimmed for its initial American release, but it did go largely unseen. Despite widespread critical praise, Mononoke was given a limited release in fall of 1999, grossing just $2.3 million domestically. Miyazaki and his studio were fortunately able to find someone else at the larger Disney behemoth who was more in creative sync with them than Weinstein was. Pixar's John Lasseter. Lasseter came into the mix with Miyazaki's next film, the 2001 fantasy adventure Spirited Away, as Miyazaki's biggest, loudest champion in America. At the same time, Lasseter was becoming one of Disney's most powerful players. Do you know who else? Kathleen Kennedy, one of Hayao Miyazaki's good friends. Though executives felt the failed campaign for Princess Mononoke spelled doom for any future releases, Lasseter argued otherwise. According to the Disney history website Jim Hill Media, the first American screening of Spirited Away occurred at Pixar. Lasseter fell in love immediately, offering to be the executive producer on the American version. That shouldn't have come as a surprise. As Lasseter recounted in a tribute to Miyazaki in 2014 at the Tokyo International Film Festival, he'd been an acolyte for decades. In 1981, when Lasseter still worked at Walt Disney Animation Studio, Miyazaki and a group of other Japanese animators visited the studio, showing a sequence from Miyazaki's first film, The Castle of Cagliostro. I felt that this was the first animated film I had seen that had a vision to entertain for all ages, Lasseter said. For Spirited Away, the Pixar leader recruited Kirk Wise, a co-director of Disney's Oscar-winning Beauty and the Beast, to direct the English translation. In Japan, Spirited Away was an unquestionable hit. Nearly 20 years after its release, the film is still the highest-grossing movie to ever be released in the country. Didn't Demon Slayer just dethrone it? Or did they put it back in theaters to ensure that didn't happen, right? That's what
I think the Pokemon movies is still number one.
Really? So in Japan.
Oh, Japan?
In Japan, not worldwide, right? In Japan specifically. Nearly 20 years after its release, the film is still the highest grossing movie to ever be released in the country. In the United States, however, even with the Pixar momentum behind it, Spirited Away struggled to break through. Lasseter and Wise did what they could behind the scenes, but the larger Disney entity didn't work too hard to market the film or help a wide audience see what Spirited Away was. Disney's official website all but hid the film at a time when internet users might have to do more investigatory work to be aware of a smaller art house release. So I got to tell you, I feel so fortunate that I got to experience finding Miyazaki's work by just randomly shopping at a Borders, and seeing, because I was starting to collect, and I knew of Miyazaki, but I didn't get the whole catalog of everything Studio Ghibli had put out. That took years of going to every Borders I knew of, every Barnes & Noble I knew of, every Best Buy, Tower Records, right? And as a collector, really just looking fucking everywhere and watching the special features to see what was also coming from Disney DVD and all that stuff, to see what other ones. And I was like, okay, I picked up My Neighbors the Yamadas. I picked up, Pompoko. I picked up Spirited Away. I picked up Princess Mononoke, even though that was released by Miramax. But I mean, that was such a great experience as an anime.
This is why I miss ads on Crunchyroll stuff that Funimation used to do. It's
back in the day, it was such a joy, because really you were finding a diamond in the rough. Everybody else is watching whatever bullshit movies coming out, Seth Rogen crap, and I'm experiencing this magical world all on my own, and introducing other people to it, and getting them into anime through it and everything. But then, and I even saw Howl's Moving Castle in theaters. I went with my brother. Yeah, just it was such a great time to be alive back in the mid 2000s and whatnot like that. Anyway, so
when I first saw Princess Mononoke, it was while my dad was watching it on we had the movie channels, and he was randomly watching it, and like it was the first scene I saw was Ashitaka taking the shot for the bow and de-arming the samurai and then decapitating the
hands
other.
Coming straight off and going into the fucking tree.
And I was like, oh shit. And then like right at the same time, I was introduced to The Matrix because it came out in the same year, at least here. And like those two movies are,
dude, the 90s was such a good
movies.
decade, and it ended on such a bang, right? Great
For
time
sure.
to be alive. Anything more? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that was it.
Okay.
I was just saying those two movies are like some of my top movies of all time.
And like, you know, better releases have come out since the Disney releases, but I don't want to ever get rid of the ones that I have, you know, because although I prefer the Fox dub of Totoro, which I did see in theaters, by the way, that was definitely, that's where I was aware of Miyazaki, because for whatever reason Fox released that to a wide audience, right? But I remember and I don't know, maybe I should watch the Fox DVD and find out if they cut it, because the Disney DVD doesn't censor, right? And you know, John Lasseter was pretty bold in those, you know, opening like things that he says at the beginning of the films, where he talks about wanting to bring, thank you so much, you are lovely, about wanting to bring all of Miyazaki's work over, but only like, it's like, I don't just want to bring one film over here. No, I'm your entire library, no cuts, professionally like, you know, localized and stuff. And like, not all of them are fantastic in terms of the casting, but like, you know, it's just like, I wouldn't have chosen Shia LaBeouf to be in Nausicaa, but he's not bad in it by any stretch of the imagination. And it's just like, it's just such a, you know, creature of its time, so to speak, right? That got made, and that it got the cast that it did. And like I've been trying to get back to this topic. I keep going around it. But the Disney release where they redubbed Totoro has Dakota Fanning and Elle Fanning, who's fucking insane in Super 8. Holy shit, that acting is incredible. But like Dakota Fanning and her little sister redubbed that when Disney released it. And I remember watching that and being like shocked as a kid. And I guess I was shocked not because the content was shocking for the age that I saw it, but I was shocked because I didn't until this moment think of the fact that it may have been cut and censored when it was initially released by Fox. Because I remember seeing it in theaters, and I didn't remember seeing the family bathe together, which was shocking to me on Disney DVD. Right when
dude, I showed that to a family at one point. I'm just like, I totally spaced that scene, and I'm just like,
yeah. So that they probably cut that out of the Fox one that was shown in theaters that I saw. But anyway, like I said, what a time to be alive! Just a great history of being a collector and whatnot. So anyway, in the United States, however, even the Pixar momentum behind Spirited Away struggled to break through. Lasseter and Weiss did what they could behind the scenes, but the larger Disney entity didn't work too hard to market the film or help a wide audience see what Spirited Away was. Disney's official website all but hid the film. I already read this. Sorry. One of the other things I liked about Spirited Away casting choice is that they cast the girl that would later, I think, go on to do Lilo and Stitch. right, as Chihiro. I thought that was a great fucking choice. Because one thing that Disney does that a lot of people don't is they cast children to play children, you know, and children are only children for so long before they don't sound like that anymore, as evidenced by Alphonse Elric, right?
There's a reason they don't do that.
In anime.
Well, I mean, for movies, it makes more sense. For long-running TV series, it makes a little less sense. But even still, I mean, it's not like they were expecting them to be like, okay, well, we'll in 20 years they'll make a new anime.
Mm-hmm. Fuck. Sorry. Come on.
Chew pasta.
I'm sorry.
This is the mukbang section of the podcast.
If there has ever been a formula associated with Studio Ghibli, it's in how their films arrived in the United States, with critical praise and barely any blip on the domestic box office, which is honestly crazy because the amount of money that Disney invested into dubbing and putting them on disc and everything, it's just a real, like, honest to goodness miracle that we actually got them physically and they didn't go in the Disney vault or some shit, you know?
Mm.
While critics were almost uniformly won over by Spirited Away, it grossed just $10 million in the United States during its limited release in fall 2002. That includes when Disney re-released the film in 2003 in 711 theaters at its peak. The good news is that Spirited Away won the second Academy Award for Best Animated Feature before Disney ever won the award. It was in
2001.
What's up?
Who won the first one? Was it Shrek?
Best Animated Feature before Disney ever won the award. It was instrumental in helping Miyazaki win a richly deserved statuette. Spirited Away was the pinnacle of the Ghibli/Disney relationship. Miyazaki's next three features all got domestic releases through the Walt Disney Company. But because his films were difficult to box into genres recognizable to a country that grew up on Disney animated features, Ghibli's stateside releases were wobbly at best. Howl's Moving Castle, like Spirited Away, was guided in the States by a hand from Pixar, Pete Docter, the Academy Award-winning filmmaker behind Up and Inside Out, served as its executive producer. At the time, Docter professed his own admiration for Miyazaki's work. Quote, he captures these real truths to life. He takes the time and allows you to live in this world that is so rich and wonderful. With Disney's clout, Docter was able to bring together an impressive American cast for Howl's English language soundtrack, including Christian Bale, Lauren Bacall, and Billy Crystal, who was fresh off of Docter's debut, Monsters, Inc. But Howl's Moving Castle, a heavily anti-war film inspired by the Iraq War, got a summertime release in the United States, grossing less than $5 million. Miyazaki's next film, Ponyo on the Cliff, by the Sea, was renamed Ponyo in the United States and given a larger marketing push. Lasseter was joined by Brad Lewis and Peter Sohn, the later best known as the voice of Emil in Emil? What's his name? I never saw Ratatouille. Anyway, we'll pass that. As directors of the English translation, and the screenplay was written by E.T. screenwriter Melissa Matheson, featuring an American cast including Tina Fey, Matt Damon, and Liam Neeson. The film was ostensibly an easy sell, with its aquatic title character Ponyo could remind undiscerning audiences of The Little Mermaid. What's crazy is I think I saw Ponyo in theaters with my mom. And I think my brother was with me as well or whatever. But I just remember my mom being like that little kid was 5. Like, that kid had so much responsibility. Like the little boy, like, goes to look for his mom, and they like make the boat bigger, and the one that has like the candles like pop 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 pop. Right? Like, my mom was just like, if kids in Japan are that independent, we're in trouble. In the United States. Yet, even as Disney was flirting with a full-throated return to hand-drawn animation, The Princess and the Frog was released a few months later. Ponyo was tossed into theaters during the late summer season, when some schools were already back in session. 2 later Ghibli efforts from filmmakers aside from Miyazaki also got Disney releases. Tales from Earthsea was a remarkable feat. It's the only animated film to receive a PG-13 rating from the MPAA and get released by the Walt Disney Pictures banner. But it was released in just 5 theaters in the dog days of summer 2010, grossing less than $50,000. The Secret World of Arrietty wound up being a modest hit for Ghibli compared to its other Disney-released films, with Gary Rydstrom, a Pixar stalwart who directed the short film Lifted as its English language director. Arrietty grossed $19 million domestically, making it Ghibli's biggest U.S. hit. Really? Damn. Who directed Arrietty? Was that?
I don't think it was Goro.
No, it wasn't Goro. Tales from Earthsea was Goro.
And the new Witch and the Toad or whatever the fuck.
Alrighty.
I think Goro worked on that one too.
Oh, you're talking about
Wardrobe
Earwig and the Witch.
Or whatever?
Earwig and the that one.
He also did From Up on Poppy Hill, which is honestly great.
Yeah.
That movie was amazing.
But it was written by Hayao Miyazaki, so
right.
What was when Marnie was there?
I don't know.
So Arrietty was directed by Hiromasa Yonebayashi.
It's funny because Arrietty, I don't think I ever saw it again. Right? I like The Borrowers. Like, when I was a kid, my mom would read that book to my brother and I. We saw like the TV movies or whatever.
Did you see the actual movie with what's his name, John Goodman?
I can't remember. Probably.
Yeah, I did. I saw the John Goodman movie. But
I want to say that movie was the first DVD my sister got when we first got our DVD player.
But yeah, I agree with you. I enjoyed The Borrowers, but Arrietty, it was kind of disappointing.
I don't think I ever saw it again. And to be honest, I haven't watched The Wind Rises again. I haven't watched, obviously, Boy and the Heron again. I just like, I don't know. I haven't really gone back and re-experienced Ghibli. After Anime Expo, maybe we should try to make it a point to just do like
our own Ghibli fest.
Yeah, just get through some of the movies. Maybe start, chronologically. We already did when Marnie was there. I think that's the only Ghibli film we've done so far, though. But I love My Neighbors the Yamadas. And like some of these movies are just like really freaking good. And I'd love to revisit them. The only problem is that I feel like they go downhill after, But maybe re-experiencing The Wind Rises and stuff would, I don't know, maybe I'll like it. I don't know.
Well, we know how it's gone in the past when you've revisited things.
True.
You're like,
Anyway, Miyazaki's most recent film, The Wind Rises. This must be an old fucking article. Yeah, from 2020. Yeah, so no wonder they say it was like, because like freaking
Boy in the
it's
Heron.
May 2020 before Demon Slayer had knocked
right, yeah.
So Miyazaki's most recent film, The Wind Rises, didn't seem like it would lend itself naturally to animation. It's a biopic of aircraft designer Jiro Horikoshi, and how his Mitsubishi A6M Zero plane was a major part of Japan's air power in World War II. Clocking in at more than 2 hours, The Wind Rises was also rated PG-13 by the MPAA, a long animated film that's neither content appropriate for children nor designed to be enjoyed by families, was a 3-strike situation for the film. It was released in the States through Disney's Touchstone Pictures label, though Touchstone... What?
What was in The Wind Rises that's so bad for kids?
It's not that it's bad for kids. It's just that it wasn't a fantastical story like Spirited Away or Castle in the Sky that would have been appealing to kids.
It probably was boring for kids.
Yeah.
It would have probably been boring for kids.
Because it was a
I don't know why that gets it a PG-13 rating though.
Well, the PG-13 part is the war aspect of it.
Right. And also I think there was that earthquake that happens in the movie.
I don't know. The literal only thing I remember is the scene where he's like envisioning the plane and they hand animated like all the parts coming apart and like circling around him and stuff.
The biggest thing I remember is constantly zooming back to like the old version of the plane flying towards the mountain or whatever.
Seb says Whisper of the Heart, Totoro, and Kiki are his favorites. It's funny, like some of my all-time favorite Ghibli films are not even Miyazaki's. Like Whisper of the Heart, my wife and I love that one, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the Baron. I mean, The Cat Returns is good too, but Whisper of the Heart's just like fucking great.
Whisper of the Heart's great.
Yeah. Seb also says his dying wife in the war, probably referring to why it was rated PG-13. Though what's up? No.
He's begging for food.
Go away. Nobody likes beggars. Get. Go away.
No.
All right. Though Touchstone was once a bustling studio, by the mid-2010s, it was a disposal unit for a largely unfruitful deal with DreamWorks Pictures. The Wind Rises, which grossed just over $5 million in 496 theaters domestically, was the last non-DreamWorks film from Touchstone. And yet, The Wind Rises garnered strong praise from many critics. Though the biopic, I know you love that phrasing of it, was an unexpected choice for the medium of animation. Its honest and clear-eyed depiction of the destruction of war, as filtered through the eyes of one of its creators, was bracing to experience in hand-drawn animation. It's a shame that so few people got to experience it in theaters, but with Disney no longer holding the reins on Ghibli's American releases, it's a good time to take a deep dive into the studio's catalog, possibly starting with strong, ambitious features like The Wind Rises, or earlier Ghibli classics like Spirited Away. This is all going to be like just wrapping up and telling you why you should like it. Wow. I feel like I was expecting a lot more from this. But there you have it. At least we got to go talk about our memories and shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just went and seen Princess Mononoke, the 4K remaster in theaters, released by G-Kids. I wouldn't say that anything in the movie really stuck out to me as like, wow, that's 4K, but I do think that judging based on watching a copy on Netflix, there probably is some like HDR benefits to watching the 4K version.
Mm-hmm. If there is one creator for which you should take your time when upscaling and restoring, it's fucking Miyazaki, right? Like, come on.
Yeah, the problem with the Princess Mononoke though is that was when they started doing digital, so can't do much with digital.
It's not that they started doing digital, it's that's when they introduced CGI. Because what they did, the scene where the boar that's covered in the worms at the beginning, we covered, I don't think you were on the show when we did this, but we covered an article where the person in charge of it had talked about, like, it was the first thing that they had done. that they had used CG on, and it took them so long just to do that shot that he remembered looking out the window and seeing like a hotel get built and then like torn down and rebuilt, like in the time it took for them to finish that shot.
Damn.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that was a really detailed shot. So yeah, that's probably why
and
they
it looks really good. It doesn't look CG. You know, like they did a really good job specifically handling the camera in a way where it doesn't.
I mean,
stand
it looks good. It maybe doesn't quite stand out that much, but you can tell it's CG.
Yeah. You could definitely. I mean, it would have been impossible to fucking come up with all that wriggly movement without shit ton of planning.
Yeah, but it was also digital, as like
So compositing that and getting that into 4K and all that gets a little tricky. But the thing is that like for the old school like theaters and stuff, all of that stuff should have been rendered at a really high
that's what I
resolution anyway.
Yeah, the film print,
because they put that to film for the original screenings and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure what resolution they were targeting. Certainly, it would have been higher than what they would have targeted if it was meant for TV, right?
Right.
But they're also constrained by the limits of the computers back then.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't imagine they went like crazy rendering out like extra that they weren't intending to need at the time.
So Seb says Princess Mononoke has the best soundtrack in his opinion. I love the soundtrack to it, but I definitely
prefer. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say Howl's Moving Castle is probably my favorite.
Oh, Howl's.
Yeah,
I really like Totoro. One of the wind. It's got wind in the title of the OST, and Arietti also. There's a good song on the Arietti soundtrack.
I really like the Kaze ni Naru song from Cat Returns, but that's not a Joe Hisaishi. Like I think about the soundtracks in terms of like his music. That's just the theme, right, in the movie, but it's not really like a Joe Hisaishi one. Like when I think of the soundtrack, I'm thinking more, you know, like the composition and stuff. Yeah, cool. Anyway, let's move past this. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I still haven't figured out or checked if this is something you can buy, but I'll tease you with it incessant that you guys can shop it still. We maybe. Oh, there's the hiccup. I have really good stuff coming.
I am.
I have really good stuff coming here. I just don't have time for it right now. I am focused almost singularly, entirely on the manifesto. Moving past this. Final Fantasy Roomware sets transform you into Moogle or Chocobo. There she goes. That one I was going to ask her if she wanted one. So if you needed to look like a baby in a onesie, for whatever reason.
No judgment.
Wow.
Just as long as you don't wear.
We're gonna give you all the judgment, Randy.
I feel like I would wear this one backwards. All right, moving past that. Pokemon fans startled to see Eevee looking super muscular in new merch photo.
Whoa. Wow.
I don't know why.
It's supposed to be a cloud around him. It's not supposed to be his arms.
I think it's a backpack strap.
Oh, maybe.
But I don't know why that needed to be like the way it is.
If you Google Gigantamax Eevee, like that form has like a weird cloud around him, and I thought that was maybe what they were going for, but maybe not. I don't know.
It just looks like a Flareon.
Gigantamax Eevee? Not really, but
I thought it was a different term. I don't know. Maybe
I hate
Gigantamax.
Gigantamax. This is the stupidest fucking
thing. There
ever.
was two terms. There was Gigantamax and Dynamax.
Okay, that's the one I was thinking of. Dynamax.
Dynamax is just basically like they're bigger. Gigantamax was they look different and they're bigger.
Wow. Stunning.
Right. I thought you might like this. Studio Ghibli Rollbahn notebooks are both dynamic and subtle salutes to anime classics. That's pretty cool.
If I used notebooks, I would want that.
But you'd use it?
No, I said if I
used
used
moving
it.
castle one.
I have one that I like, just a notebook. It is, I got it off Kickstarter, and it has magnetized pages that you can pull in and out. So when you fuck up, you can throw it away and grab one of the clean sheets and stick it back in or whatever. And it has like grid paper as an option, or blank paper for like if you wanted to draw something in there, or lined paper if you had to write something. That's been my go-to when I need a notebook that I want to keep nice and stuff.
I'm just saying, it's like you say if you use a notebook, but it's like, would you want to use it if you even got it though? Because you don't want to mess up the cover.
Well, I would try not to mess up the cover, but I just feel like having a notebook, having a thing in my house that's just a book of blank pages, just to look at the cover, it seems a little much, you know. Like if I
know,
want to
but
look
I'm
at
just
the
saying
art,
it's like one of those. I want to also almost call it an impossible object. It's like you have it, but you're not going to use it. So it's like, why does it exist? That's like all the collectibles we get with the Sentai editions. It's like, I'm not going to use this sticker. It's a
I'm not gonna wear
collectible.
this sock.
I'm not going to come in this sock.
Oh no! What if they made specific like anime cum socks?
I'm not gonna use
What if
this
that was
sock.
a thing?
Well, that's half what we're joking about. Like, obviously, I don't think that's what the intention was, but it outright came with a sock in a... Oh, wait. Didn't it come with one in, like, Shimonetta?
I don't remember. I know the Sakamoto. How you turn Sakamoto one?
That one has a pair of socks, yeah.
A pair of socks, yeah.
I'm just going to check the Shimonetta. Shimonetta... Blu-ray.
They went the extra mile and they gave you the extra sock.
It does have a sock.
Maybe that's for the guy that has two dicks.
No. Sakamoto's, you're probably meant to wear them, but there's only one sock with Shimonetta, which I don't believe is meant for wearing.
I like my theory better.
It could be meant for wear, but not the normal appendage.
Emptied again. Ready for more. All right.
What about you, AC? Would you use a collectible cum sock?
If I sold it on the OCA podcast store. We were going to make a official OCA podcast cum rack.
Yeah, the Shinji one. Make your own. Choose your own
it's going to be Shinji's hand for you to add the cum.
Add your own cum to it. It's just a rag with Shinji's bare hand on it.
Yeah. Catbus and Totoro towelettes are part towel, part blanket. All adorable. That one just seems weird. Oh, a foursome, huh? Damn. And I just gotta say, like, Ghibli is merchandising out the ass lately, right?
Oh yeah,
but they're not giving me
Make
good
them
merchandise. It's all like knick-knacky stuff. Give me a
Is
good
this a knick-knack
figure? Yes, I would call that a
Catbus
knick-knack.
clock from Studio Ghibli keeps an eye on the time and on you.
Give us a Lego house moving castle.
House moving asshole.
Yes.
They made this really cool looking figure of San and Ashitaka on the wolves, like from a long time ago, and they're super expensive on eBay. And it's like I don't want to spend that, but if they were new, maybe I would.
What about this? Life-size Nier Automata sword going on sale includes Tubi's voice if you sing it the right way. Sorry, swing it the right way.
I think I'd pass on that one.
When you do swing it, you'll activate the embedded accelerometer, which triggers a light up effect along with the sword's a light up effect along the sword's edge, and a slicing sound effect like the one heard when 2B attacks with a virtuous contract in the game. If you do certain motions, the sword will also speak in the voice of 2B's voice actress, Yui Ishikawa. Although Hibino, the company making it, is remaining cagey, whatever that means, about exactly what sort of movements you'll need to perform. You have to hump it.
The self-edging sword.
Yeah.
You gotta thrust it back and forth.
Yeah. Hibino says that the handguard is made of die-cast metal, but hasn't yet specified what the other materials are. Presumably, though, the components and configurations are all within the bounds of Japan's firearm and sword control law, so that you can display your virtuous contract next to your vibrating Legend of Zelda Master Sword without fear that you've become a criminal. Just a reminder that is a thing.
Randy has that one, doesn't he?
In other news,
I found
good.
I found some statues, not figures, but statues for Randy because he was curious about Ghibli stuff in the private chat.
Can you show them on screen?
Probably not.
No, they're safe for work.
Oh, disappointed. Oh, they're pretty nice. I like that one. Oh, the Ponyo one's pretty good too. Okay, we can look at these. We'll put these at the end of. Wow, I guess I wasn't here for the $413 Shimonetta thing you shared. Okay, so back to this.
That's the collectible sock, by the way.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. $3,600 Stellar Blade statue is already sold out, which I find amazing, considering it's not even her good outfits.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I understand
a
getting Taki, because holy cow. Yeah, let's take a look at these.
Her boss fight was so fucking annoying.
Fucking zoom and enhance, damn it. Like, why did I open it if it's going to be a freaking postage stamp? They're super freaking realistic. Like, the hair is like real hair.
Is it? I don't know. This looks like CG. It could be the resolution, though.
No, I've seen better. Fuck it. God damn it. Give me a minute. I'll find high res. Search image with Google. Fucking cuck me there. Here's a 3000 by 3050 pixel image. So like the outfits themselves are like made out of like material kind of like fabric-y and stuff.
Oh, I seen a TikTok video of this, and like they're like silicone faces, and he like the person that was constructing them
just walked in front of my fucking window.
Like sticks an eyeball in it, like those dolls that that they have sometimes. I don't know. I'm wary about buying figures like that just because I'm worried that they'll like disintegrate over time.
Yeah.
True.
Even if you take
I feel like
really good care of them.
I feel like for that amount, you're better off just DIYing it or something. I don't know. Like, I actually have a 3D printable, what's the name of the main chick?
Eve?
Yeah, I got a 3D printable version. Sure. I mean, sure, it's not like real hair or whatever, but you know, you can scale that up, paint it up. There you go. Save yourself a couple thousand.
So I don't know what that was about. A guy just walked like right in front of my fucking window, which is like you're walking through my front yard, like really close to the house, through like a dirt path to. I didn't see him once I got to the front door, but there was like a fucking advertisement attached to the doorknob, so I think it was probably that. Anyway, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, do you want to show us your silicone pieces in your shirt again?
I missed that one. All right. Anyway, yeah. So these exist. Great. Good job, me. I said close. Yeah. All right. So anyway, in Greenline submitted news, we can look at. Do you want me to click on any of these?
One Punch Man Studio.
The ones that are I mean, you can click on all of them, but some of them have a wait list.
Mm-hmm.
But just ones that catch your eye, I suppose.
These aren't officially licensed, though.
One Piece
should work. I want to pre-order the. No, probably not.
Something tells me it does. Oh, it does come with the whole backdrop. It's just a forced perspective. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Only $310.
Something tells me this is bootleg.
It is. It's from One Punch Man. All right. This one looks pretty cool, though.
I saw the title name of the studio, and I'm like, wait, are they announcing we're not going to mess the next season up? We made One Punch Man Studios now.
Did they put OPM in the actual? Oh, okay. The OPM watermark was like the same shade of blue as the
glowing guy, the Kodama.
Yeah, Kodama. And I thought it was like, did they put that in the actual stat?
They have a magic card called Kodama, and every time I summon him, I'm like, I put out Kodama bin Laden of the East Street.
Cool.
I mean, I would love an official one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wary about. I said wary earlier too, but anyway, you know, I don't like buying third-party stuff. I always feel like I'm gonna get products that don't live up to the photos, or or have some hazardous material.
Like, possibility. I've bought in a few things that are third-party that aren't like actually all that terrible. I've never been disappointed by like.
I bought one official licensed resin thing, which was made by First Four Figures, the Majora's Mask statue that they made, and I was disappointed by it. Like, it's fucking huge. First of all, it's like bigger than what I think that would be life size, which is weird.
Yeah, these are more also like set pieces. Like you're meant to look at them at a distance and like just admire like the craftsmanship of the.
Well, yeah, but
I love how they give us his ass shot, but I don't think.
Yeah,
come on.
I'm not saying that I would try and wear the thing, but like, it's so much bigger than it needs to be in my house, and then also they put this like green like fuzz shit all over because it's the mask, and then it's got like this tree stand, and they just put like moss on the tree, and it's all flaking off and stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And like it's battery supported, but you have to buy these like weird knockoff batteries, and like
LR44 batteries.
And the batteries have to have a little nub, and like all the batteries online that you can buy don't have the little nubs, and it's just, I'm not impressed by First Four Figures as a company, and they're officially licensed, so
Wow.
I can only imagine what an unofficial bootleg company would do.
So you said that Hori Piranha Plant webcam was something you were considering buying?
Yeah.
Would you still buy it if
I said
what?
I don't think I'm considering buying it. I said if it was because it's only 480p. If it was 1080p, I might consider buying it, but
I was going to say that because maybe
anything.
I missed that detail when we covered it before, but when it's like 480p, I'm like, good God, wow.
Yeah.
This is 2025, boys.
But it does have way better features like the ability to close and the ability to like remove it from the pod so that it's just like the camera bit as opposed to like this whole thing that needs to be on your desk, which the official
in fairness,
one. Like,
maybe 480p is a feature, so then when your dick pic is leaked, it's too low res to actually make out.
That is a point. Fair point, I think.
I should have just uploaded the Takamine clip at 480p, huh?
Yeah.
Wouldn't have had to make the mustard version. Okay. So, Japanese gamer furniture company creates cabinets just for collectible trading card gamers.
Okay, but like, how are they going to even put their cards in their case if you can't even afford trading card games?
Mm-hmm.
With all the scalpers that are going around. Like, I think we mentioned this last week, but like, thank God we're
for my
not
trading card games.
Right? Oh.
I don't know. My solution is buying those, I think it's BCW 5-lane, like 5,000 card boxes and then just stacking them. Like, that's the most effective, efficient way I've found. And then buying
probably
cards
is.
that are actually any good.
Well, I hate the feeling of that cardboard, like that cheap ass cardboard.
Oh yeah, I want to make like harder plastic versions or whatever of them if I can, but it's like 3D printing, that would be a nightmare. Like,
I mean, it looks visually, it looks appealing, but like that's gonna hold like what, like 200 cards, 300 cards max if you do include the binders.
It'll be a couple thousand, but
I
still,
feel like
it's like that's a lot.
1,000 more.
All right, you guys ready for our ending topics?
Yeah.
So we previously discussed that 2 American tourists have arrived in Japan with guns in their suitcases. The second one gave as a reasoning for why he showed up. Well, World Expo is going to be coming up soon. Hunting season, right? Like, so school suddenly changes field trip from 2025 Expo to Universal Studios Japan over safety concerns. Will more follow their lead? On the 13th of April, the 2025 Osaka Kansai Expo officially opened to the public. Attendance is still somewhat sluggish, but that's said to be normal for expos and is expected to pick up later this summer. One major source of visitors will be the many schools across Japan that were given free tickets so students can experience this rare event. However, one junior high school decided to forego their free admission and go somewhere else instead. It was revealed on the 11th of April that the school in Funabashi in Chiba Prefecture had already arranged a trip to Osaka for its third-year students to take place from the 12th to the 14th of May. The students were scheduled to attend the expo during the trip, but the school has recently decided to ditch the event and go to Universal Studios Japan, which is also located in Osaka instead. It's Super Mario World Expo over here.
This is like the teacher wanted to do it. So it's like,
Yeah, but they got free tickets to the other thing. They got to pay to go to this.
Although the teacher's only going to be paying for themselves, right?
Yeah. Although this move came shortly after a man was found to have flown in through Kansai International Airport for the event, carrying a handgun and dozens of rounds of ammunition, it's still not certain whether he posed a threat to people there. Rather, the school's main concern was a methane gas leak that occurred on the 6th of April, which was said to have been dense enough to cause an explosion if ignited by something. Like a gun, perhaps? Because the island of Yumeshima, where the expo is taking place, is entirely artificial, the sludge and other waste in the landfill is steadily emitting methane. Oh, in March of 2024, this caused a 100 square meter explosion when a construction worker's welding torch set off some gas in the air. Since then, the gas emissions were said to be controlled by vents, but the more recent heightened concentrations in the air would suggest those vents aren't handling the problems well enough. The school reportedly held a PTA meeting on the 11th of April, wherein parents were told that the school didn't feel confident that they could satisfactorily fulfill their safety obligations if they went to the expo. One parent told media that they were grateful for the decision out of fear that a tragic accident could occur. On the same day, the Ministry of Education...
Like a naked man running through.
Yeah. On the same day, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology reaffirmed their commitment to ensuring safety at the expo venue and added that the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry are taking all necessary measures to avoid accidents. Readers of the news online largely agreed with the school's decision, but some questioned whether Universal Studios was an appropriate choice for an academic excursion. I'd be happier at Universal Studios Japan. If I were a parent, I probably wouldn't want my kids going to a place with explosive gas. I probably wouldn't want that. They could probably make some good memories at Universal Studios Japan, so good for them. Let's face it, that's where the kids wanted to go anyway. But I heard the expo is having sand from the Totori Dunes. Wow. They should call it the 2025 Osaka Kansai Explode instead of Expo. They can go to USJ anytime, but there's only one chance to see the expo. I get canceling the expo, but what are those kids going to learn at Universal Studios Japan? They should have chosen a different place. Yeah, like a fucking library. Universal Studios Japan does seem like a logical choice since it's fairly close to the expo's venue, making it convenient for whatever hotel reservations and other stops on the itinerary they've already set. Also, going someplace fun is probably a good offset for missing out on a rare event like the expo. It would just be depressing if they chose a tour of Osaka's many historical tombs instead. Besides, it's not like they'll learn nothing at Universal Studios Japan. They can pick up valuable practical skills like monster hunting, demon slaying, and even Jujutsu Kaisening. Wow.
What the fuck?
Fuck, that was a reach. Right. It is Easter. Trial of man accused of kicking rabbits to death on Japan's Rabbit Island comes to an end. We'll let you off with a fucking warning. Presiding judge has stern words for defendant in Okunoshima animal abuse case. It's hard to imagine a place giving off a more warm and fuzzy vibe than Okunoshima, and that's because of its warm and fuzzy residents. Located in the Seto Inland Sea within the boundaries of Hiroshima Prefecture, Okunoshima is also known as Rabbit Island, and there's no esoteric wordplay going on in that nickname, as the island really is home to hundreds of wild rabbits. Also hard to imagine is that someone would see those cute creatures and decide to kick them as hard as he could. But that's what 25-year-old Riku Hota did. In the evening of January 21st, Hota was seen kicking a rabbit on one of the island's footpaths, with witnesses restraining him while the police were summoned. That incident followed multiple incidents of dead rabbits with broken bones being found on the island, and Hota was arrested on charges of violating the animal protection law, standing trial at the Kure District Court in Hiroshima Prefecture. The rabbits are quite used to the presence of people, which sadly most likely made them easy targets for the abuser. This rabbit even looks Asian. Oh. As if the circumstances of his arrest weren't shocking enough, Hota isn't a local resident and doesn't even live in Hiroshima Prefecture. He lives in Shiga Prefecture, roughly halfway across the country from the island. All of this is recap. Get to the outcome of the fucking trial. Despite it being at least a 4.5-hour journey from Shiga to Okinoshima, during the trial, Hota admitted to making 2 trips to the island in January, kicking and killing or injuring 7 rabbits for no reason other than his own twisted personal enjoyment. Quote, the acts of violence perpetrated by the defendant were highly dangerous and malicious, and there is no room for leniency in regards to his stated motive of wanting to see how the rabbits would react to being abused. They died.
I want to see how the rabbits would react to being dead.
I wonder how this bug will react to me squishing it. Oh. Like,
would you wait harder?
Touch me harder.
I was about to bring that up too.
It's the only line I remember in that entire show. His demands, touch me. His reprimands, touch me hard.
Oh, yeah. Touch me hard.
All right. So anyway, the acts of violence perpetrated by the defendant were highly dangerous and malicious, and there is no room for leniency in regards to his stated motive of wanting to see how the rabbits would react to being abused, said presiding judge Wataru Shimazaki in rendering a guilty verdict. Quote, making 2 trips to the island from very far away within a single month is also recognizable as habitual criminal behavior. Hota did make a statement of remorse during the trial, and in light of that, the court has handed down a 1-year prison sentence for him, suspended for 3 years, meaning that he will be able to avoid spending time in jail as long as he doesn't stomp on any more rabbits. Fucking God. They make it so easy to be a mass murderer in Japan. Just swear on Scout's honor you'll never do it again, and then after 3 years, you're scot-free. With visitors to Okinoshima generally arriving at a single ferry port, it also seems likely that Takahara, the municipality that the island belongs to, will be barring him from setting foot on the island again, though no public announcement to that effect has been made. Damn. You guys ready for the last article tonight? Bus driver who pocketed 1,000 yen in fares denied 12 million yen in retirement money.
Oh,
nice.
Shit.
What is that? $10?
1,000 yen. That's like $7.
Fuck.
Shouldn't have pocketed that money, old timer.
Yeah.
12 million. What's 12 million yen? Let's
a shit ton.
Yen to USD. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $85,000.
Get it. That actually doesn't seem like a lot, to be honest. In retirement,
for $7, it does.
Yeah. Employer withholds 12,000 times what was taken from them. You never know how a small lapse in judgment can come back to haunt you exponentially down the road. Stealing a stamp here and there or selling a cow without permission can add up to crimes resulting in life-altering consequences. And so it was in February 2022 that a bus driver for Kyoto City received a banknote from a passenger for 1,000 yen. US $7. We knew that. Thanks. And instead of placing it in the fare collection box where it belonged, he slipped it into a pocket of his uniform. Unfortunately for him, the city's transportation department happened to be doing a routine dash cam check and spotted him in the act of embezzling the fare. As a result, he was dismissed and also had his Taishokuken, or retirement bonus. Is that different from normal retirement?
Yeah.
fuck? 85,000 is now a lot of money. That's your fucking bonus? So he had his retirement bonus withheld. This is the money that accrues throughout one's career with an organization and is paid out in a lump sum.
Oh, I guess that would be
when they end employment, either by retirement, resignation, or even dismissal, unless the employee deems the reason too egregious to pay. In the case of the now 58-year-old former driver, that allowance grew to about 12 million yen, 84,000 US dollars. Feeling that was far too severe a punishment for damages roughly equivalent to the price of a supersized combo at McDonald's, the former driver took the city to court. However, the Kyoto District Court ruled in 2023 that the city's decision to pay was lawful.
Damn.
The city's decision to pay? The city's decision to not pay?
To pay, I guess.
Like, come on. The man then appealed that decision to the Osaka High Court, who overturned the ruling in 2024, declaring that the man deserved the retirement allowance on the grounds that the amount stolen was small and he had already compensated for it. Think about it though. They just happened to check the dash cam that time. He was probably doing that shit daily.
Yeah.
Kyoto City then appealed that decision, taking the matter to the Supreme Court. The Supreme fucking Court. $7 to the Supreme Court. I mean, technically it's 85,000 $7, right? On the 17th of April, the highest court in the land overturned the ruling again. All 5 judges unanimously deemed the withholding of the allowance lawful because pocketing public funds was an act of serious misconduct that significantly damaged the public's trust in the bus business. Really? Did you get to your destination?
Yeah, seriously. Like, he got to his destination. He gave the bus driver his money. He doesn't care where the money
Did you get
goes.
in trouble when the bus driver pocketed your money? Fuck that. Nobody gives a shit. So the bus business paid off those judges. With the matter brought to a close, the former driver is now out of his retirement bonus, plus around 3 years' worth of legal fees, which couldn't have been cheap. Readers of the news online had mixed feelings about the case, but largely felt the final decision was in the right. He who chases 2 rabbits catches neither.
Damn.
I don't know if you've ever chased a rabbit to try to catch it. Fuck, man, that shit is hard. Oh my God. When I was a kid, I had a rabbit and we would let it out to run around in the backyard, and catching that bitch was fucking impossible every night. Never again. Don't the dash cams usually watch the passengers? I wonder if they were tipped off about him. Serves him right? You don't usually see the district court getting it right and the high court screwing it up. He has a lot of nerve demanding bonuses after getting caught stealing. I think this says something about how bus drivers are treated if they have to steal 1,000 yen. Theft is theft. It doesn't matter how much. Ouch, that must sting. They can't set a precedent that someone can embezzle and still get retirement allowance. The 1,000 yen he took shouldn't matter because that's only the amount they know about. Yeah, I agree with that.
Dot crimes don't exist.
With what we know, it would be impossible to say whether this was an isolated offense or evidence of more frequent wrongdoing on the job. But whether it's pocketing money or pouring large coffees into a small cup. Okay. It's important to seriously consider what's being put on the line. Yeah, okay. Well, the end of the podcast is put on the line by that fucking ending. God damn. All right. So I don't know what's wrong with me this week, but fuck, I've had so much caffeine and I just feel like I need to sleep for the rest of my life. So I'm going to end it here.
That's me this week, minus the caffeine.
Tired.
There's something in the air.
Yeah, and it is exhaustion. Anyway, so I hope to have a more well-rounded show for you next week. And I also hope to get way more of the manifesto done. My boss is leaving on Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. even though he has a call that only he can do at 12:30, and his flight is multiple hours, just to make sure he doesn't have to do it. He's literally like Michael Scott. When Michael Scott plans his vacation around the expense reports that he didn't want to be a part of, and he gets back from the vacation from Jamaica or whatever, and they're like, we held off on doing it because we couldn't do it without. He's like, the whole reason I took the vacation was to get out of doing it. Yeah. That's what it's like. Anyway, all right, guys. I'll catch you next time. Oh, wait. I keep trying to leave the studio instead of ending the stream. No. You think I wouldn't notice? Yeah.
No place to hide. The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of furious time.